ni amane ne ye de ware America force o mamamre ne o mamane ne nye bi na ye organ ha nti o mom kwa sondem mu ekohyira so nti o mo de no so o mo kɔgye nsan ofia ye de yentim ka hosem o kɔ nofa obi even tribes na hɔ obi ya na amane ne amamre nti ye ni Kristo aware ene ye ni wiasefo aware aware wo aware amamre ne amane
ene ye de ware
yen ya amamre ne amane mu no ye ntimi nware be ma ne be ma ntimi nware ma ne ye ena oba ne oba so ntimi nware ma ne ye nti as for say obi agimi na o beka ne Jimmy sem de and the nyame ntimi nsa but o mempani Akufo Addo na daroma on the enim say obey de say etene na onye ne ntem mo yo mama mframa kura amfa so onye ntem because sa bewe eye fidia da homa MPP as a party so mempani ansan any or the Asempa to MPP for so now Osei in terms of the Anyam Shababa MPP even though or as a government we Nanso and Penifos are born the Yakwa in Yanaqua or that's MPP ni our woman you now they have a leader who's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia but MPP ni say we work for them but be way that Ghana for commercial it's a survey you know over 90% of Ghanaians say ya jituma enye ye nyame chade and mame mo owura baguyan baso I'm telling you this bill abai even though parliamentarians na obi an kasentia but a chire the speaker yanya at this time and I'm a bill yet me I go through because or can the cream or kwa manoni or kan baby ojire bia waka or sene penso be pass MPs na yo mafamu de
Asempa FM
MPs na de o ma yo mafamu de aka ban e de ma yen waste time come efficient ka president Grano by 6 months no we take on na address and ko be oba address yen
waka bibi
kakra den afa ho because o jamane ene amamre den etum o Akufo Addo hun se ositi o ye any tradition bia okobi o kire how amamre ne amane o ye kuni
yes
no fancy so that
yes
so you cook for enso so sa se unzebunu so ti ye besre se baby adru de nana adru abobo ano panifo se ye dijawa na ye asoa sesi aso ye dijawa na ye asoa so obeye ho adwuma emra po no ma ho kwan se obesensan sensan na nyamra de ma Ghana fo enyina ntiase wona ofiri wo ma kuru ahodo so ai ba o man mu ntiase se de okuru ma mamre ne amane tie no
ye yentimi mekira
yentimi mekira de obeye okuru mu no ko ma te nkofo bi kasa mo de kwa de me mpesa mete because okuru mu no yentimi ma ho me kan che o se yati we yatena ye kuru mama nananom amba mre ni nyame som nyina ntia ese aware me nti ngware me nu mienza eni ba bia but yama de obidi ni nchire aba because Bible no ye kan wasam no fine na nyame asam kan sa but on the krum ni ye aba be kire yen ama ya gia tumo ye ho afa de oba be ro yen kan wasasa for ye beti se de ma ye no ye ntiase na he abrofi ba krum de ne nya abrofi companies ba de ne nya abrofi wan is abonsamfo give and take they give it to you and they will take it back all man wade ba ko no oje miensa nti broni bia ba so oba ba ye wadoye aka hu se bibi na wo hu ntia oba ba ye wadoye enti so nso mo nyina be pack o ne makora kwa ye pese bibi ye na man mu kwa nka enye home grown enye 100% Ghanaian and de kwa ye nhwe ho but ye hwe ne se be ya enipa wo man mu
very well
ye so nti ne be koso atima multiply se be da chin penifo twam konam ofra so de esha na no ye be wo asha sase su madia na eniema bi a tansa e bokuru denya de papa no ni kwanse so nti o mampani pia wadaroma ye hwe wanim enim se enche emretie mu obaye ne mum yes eye fidie kese ne da ho mama ho kwa ma fidie ni nyu oh yes
anye betima
eyi na be yi MPP fo nsa ka ho se yi o mampani ne nsa e be yi onzo wura mahama be kasa sabe ndie nke yenim ne se abakosem wura Andu Solomon o champion ni sa ne mai ne yonko pa ne wura mahama dan so wura mahama gina simple so akase me se bill ne beto manima me ma de enchi so mesan because of elections and there's elections ahead of us now back to no gay we ensem no eka hu bi eka back to no hu bi ye be hwe so to aba se o mampani san a e be increase the chances of the MPP because Ghana for bi say the ye pe no wa ya amaye so mampani delay na one science so a ni party mu ne dodo na so be sori atia ne party no because the penny massa idea but me so you Muslimini. Me sure say Arab countries cry there with me and also. Which Yaya Jama or take Gambia. Be share the video we was say we gay ni, we lesbian ni. Now person ban kruma on si ho kwan. But oh ba na wakra. Ebia na wansa ma. O si wan kasa ye we ma wa busanfo. Because oba ebia na wansa an ko krum. On the on kasa ma o. But oba ye ni we gayism ni lesbians o hono a. Ebia na wansa ma krum. Ye nim say I can say African country on pass on the Uganda for. The more danger in time
too tight.
More and because we just to Kubia do bia. Me some your penny. Me the idea can be chichire. Me fa man chichire. Because uncle for you know the least chance on benya bi omfoma on critique another issue.
Matters of
eti ya de mugu kakra ya mo 3 years 6 months to 3 years
5 years
5 years
yeah
out to 4 ball where the opa abra na be ne fa nkotum ti o mampani nya ntem na on san my ense be a betimi abo nipa ho ba ya bi a ese friend natural say natural ka bo hu se mo wa ye bi say natural ka mo wa ye bi ade bi bo hu se nipa ye bi ano ne emosu de den ewo ye chiri ye mpe oman mu to mampani wadaro mo bru edabonim sama ye ne nko
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Ekosiisen. Asabni na no.
Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for the ni hu na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen. Enti I think say nkofo a omutina se nwini program that inspiration omunya no.
Asempa FM.
It's say tiasia ya ye better na ha kasa no. I think say we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asam na wi yina no no ene Ekosiisen de be ka wa yina de na bonten wo a wote konso na chi de etie me ame kasa aban panimfo yina Ekosiisen ye wiwie ni yina ye ko wiwie e wa bobo ano and is oman na ye som oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire a ene Ekosiisen
e de di kan ma ye chia atifo ene ahwefo
omocho
titiri wona wa ma no ne we say whether I or nyasam kitwa then so na mu show say the city nkofo agemira wona wo hwe no mfoni ehwe won so a wo tie no wasom so etie and so Ghana has so wo hwe
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
machivi at 3 am yenuanum trotro for won so a wo yo bojoboja enyuma Uber drivers taxi drivers workers, whether formal and informal workers. Baby bia, for baby Ekosiisen your programmer omutie. Enti yada won say o majemra omutie.
Freshest burger in town. Chama what ya Kwabena net saying?
Obi. Nyame adom. Device selection akan yi de. Ya betu nso na. Wa won so ho efe. Obi, minimum say wo fans sa. Hey. Miss Miko Convention, Apostolic Convention. So, why are you Pentecost? But Miko Apostolic Convention was Baltimore. The Apostolic forward the line. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy, no money, Cromwell, and na Obi, now it's not Obi, no, I feel because I'm Obi Wawarian, and I'm Masa, mini Facebook with 2 Bisano. They love you too much. But why are they? Or price in the costo. It's a phone now, or by woman who said, Obama, now Tumpong.
Chairman Kwabena net saying
Obi me da se bebre na me da chain na me chia obi na Obi Eastern region for so much help
Asempa FM
now you say they identify Now uja no dare to say adwumaden a wo any say the Eastern region for you no obi nyame Israbosio account nti uda na wo bompa ya abri nyina no ode na ho ode chewie pa no wada na sese wa ma onim dia utumi di yes adwuma because Eastern region ya one region now bibia obeye wo Ghana ha so mo gi utuma obeso cd wa gi utuma wo so nti ye chiao ene na say dem dey kankana.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And I'll show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As okay.
Okay.
So what I say, no one I make an quite to say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Oko check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Until and you almost how any pa ebodino. No, mudi combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that cheddar and a nick, you know, and a nickname.
Cheddar nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast cheddar namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Chief Bine, Kwabena, apom to then.
Osei Bonsu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibia bokoa.
Oh, Yankupon Adum, Bibia Daddy. Now, what's what happened?
Yaminadum, kakran. Ye pim so kakran.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to order Abra, one thing around Morocco to be our my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Openness, you know. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, oh, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only a Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be,
and the Honorable John Janaponi attending Kano Henry Nanabuache, Nana B, Abekansa, Nana Kwabena saying Obi Henry Nanabuache.
It's a Jumedia Obi. We are the living legend.
Living legend,
living legend. Unyameni mkreni udinyashita. Mena nanza no free. Udinyashita. Uweche Obi. Uweche ni yetiwa ayana Yeneji Sunko. Inti we the living legend.
Misum prekope. Base bibia boko.
Nyame adaroma. Nyame de nanso e de afam ye. De bia da se ade achi sei awia yi kokobo di na ebu kev no. Uti ubi na se oje wutata free adwuma ma se wi lunch no.
Yeah.
Na se o wi odo pon adwuma. Edi obi our time is very strategic. Is a nipa no after adwuma o ya office o feel board na say you come in with a lot of excitement.
Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. Yada sepa nyami shao.
Obi mi da sepa also nyami shao. Na twaso na ekosisen no mani nye kese na sie meba no na office no aye kese pa.
Amen. All right. And Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, ono a legal practitioner, KPMG Professor of Accounting, University of Florida, and Motene in Kano. Yo, Prof, where the medase?
Yo, me wo do wa kwa mu kwa post for no na enche ho do magina ba bia di men some kakra no se sia ma kofi
mate medase pa Asempa FM, yes
na ma Asempa for na mu kanya me some kase Asempa de gospel di am kan Yesu Kristo ho asem
ye ka papa okay ya na weti ye ka pa nyami shawons oh nice medase Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Obi, nyamena dum yehu
Bibia
boko me chete fupa na mabahan me hu de nzaba sasa
wa brabo Sunday obi and minimum no secretary takra this year oh yeah nationally the level baby will do royal so wow that's great it's great it's good to see you Abrabo and the man not see you see that has always been my philosophy we hasn't today happen you know as the trees grow others come up it's painful work I also say that's it on number Abrabo the number man so it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa and this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM yes
okay Dr. Edward Omaneboama Akwaba Doc boko there
obi nyame adom
yeah fantastic congratulations on your new appointment
thank you very much but obo humodi so obo humodi area I mean I say Ekosiisen Sunday it's apart from me on air Mamintonga but I'm fine check it says what if we sure at for you so
yeah that's say Orokwa nyi do hot na say Kokwa Kwaba
thank you Obi
Bibi Aboko there
Yaboko I was there
Koyi
good
Koyi pa
official part
afin komode me hu na ache
Yabo you know
yes
sometimes it's not easy to find me it's good to be here the day we started years ago no so I think say you two have come now you are doing a great job I will continue to support for as long as it's possible
Kofi
they
will turn against them. Boem constituency for nyina.
Boem for Joe because we program omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the success some of them. It helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
Yeah, that's a
Quite long count the Bayer 3 hours. The CC, I'm for Enam so. Free entry quarter there, so I watch your quans 20 minutes. No, CC. As a woman here because when him Obi, Western of 40 Asempa. Now, the back who show now. And yes, may have many Americans say a yosun, almost some show no. And come ye no Western not for Asu Demupa. And I wouldn't say Asama Yeke and no crep trudo.
Dudu na Obi na eba Ekosiisen so kaono nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti yaboma baso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mo bono mo ye program mo political program mo Asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na ka mo kopie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi ya na mo won kan ide we gamanche Ekosiisen eno ano
sorry that's it
nice one
stop paying loans no I bad debts no other banks no ko bebre kwa wo busia bebre ba banks ndi abobombo no and kwa kuta odan na o de kokra bank ni kwa so pay
that's because we dan na wo de ko do be hwe kai wo dan ne ho no Leon what dying so no quiet. I'm telling you. It is on no. Say one quite due diligence who said there is a lien on that property. Now okoko jepe problem.
But the young guys are frustrated, Obi.
Yes.
The frustration levels now about young guys and young ladies.
Yes.
Before probably the better opportunities for all of them. Say bit me I suggest ideas no Obi. Young country no. In as much as yes, say
One bet me and ya bibi a meaningful. Can any say a meaningful jobs so a key. Sebi. Untimi fa adwuma bia sa keke. Odipa be bre won we die ma no say bunanim tia. So the environment should create jobs for meaningful opportunities. To say all Africa Games stadiums here. Omo we make sine for omo fa what did you? Omo ko bebre kwa. So a good saver pa. By the time I did move construction work, also bet me up on the next level in your life.
And that's why the economy need provide the opportunities. And yeah, school. Debbie, I was here to be on school because I share data na ye ka ho asem na. A Ghanaian youth between the ages of 15 and 35. Yeah. And you can go school. Omo unemployed in that bracket almost 1.6 million. Yes. The opportunities should cut across. Exactly. Obi a wako school you know, you share courses and what we can do for that person. Nipa on see school them da. Obi JSS 1 to us. Obi SSR 1 to us. Sanko funny and come so far the year 250,000 graduates. Now more call university we ask them the year can you. Joby. You better back on because he ain't here. You follow go inside. Now my text to catch say. Yeah, some case there. Said ye nipa binimu so ye mabunu bi so afa so mo bo mo bra no ye dan sorry ni inkremofo esum ni traditional ye did almost the whole system in check kakra upon some of these things. Yeah, owe mabunu ni pa no influences are. That's why sometimes because it will be again so to ho man bo so asoman o man bia only checks and balances they bia meka na de bia na de meka kire mo say mi ura ekrobim Ura France straight away. Who say Jebi da so follow. Ura Dubai, Ura Saudi Arabia, Ura London, Ura US, Ura Canada. Who say format be that? Format be that way ye dey call. What transfer format now? The system is regulated. Problem be but format no. Even you ho, am na crowd there. Even the Nigerian and other foreign nationals, no, on which go red light, what we challenge you a police officer. Who are you to stop me? No, a true for no a throw me. So at the end of the Kadam parity, Mr. Kwa, post for no, a reduce almost to the core. Oh, was that post for no? I am mobile, Momo will be that. Oh, what for red light? Post then I could do it now. Now, what free? No, crown 7. Was that through Biamo Binus said the deep police in matter? It did not make a cost will be Mabruno. Mr. Answer about the banks and governments in power and private business. See, power momono. You're ready to work genuinely and go through the mail. Your life or a fashion designer or London. Suyani or Shasia with a year from saying Woodin. All major events in our Woodin year or Suyabiano. Only your life na Usuyani. Your life. Okay. Obetu no de koto aso London. It is our and yaba and what be your life designs. I won't cry. And was a fat depot, farm milk, and on say minim say Oko Bonsu sana wa no a beer maybe beer person take opportunities. How many people no be from Manonia Bana Ghana for do what say? And a woman 5 times because the first as a basic farm milk depot. How many people will do it in this country? I don't know the mentality we have. Obia person katie watch onyeshi opeso ko debibo eh now who said despite no for example mo ye ni pay the son kwado mpeno wase o do to chiro di how ko she but get close to them, ask them how they started their life and where they've gotten to the Ibrahims. Now no Ibrahim ni randa the picture bi or no I not had the two say eh ni po baby call
small ya mo hwe ye you ye politicians there ye they are no ye there honestly and tokwa esi wo Ghana nyina na amansan ni nyina nye obi ana dibawo niema mienu ohia any politicians Asempa ko abeka wo tekrema so no chense kan. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya se wo no wan ye gi achinji a yen ko ntokwa wo. Ye wi a ye frusra ko numti nam ne ye wi. Mo ana moko. Me ka kire mo anokware. There are people here. And Omuhumia, Omusi Omutiase. Osafu Mafu or Himfa, and MPP. Ninu Kuma Ajemafu or NDC. Shelia Ite or NDC, no a minister. Ninu Penny Professor Ite or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti or NDC. Ne Papa Waka Baby Peter Lajeti or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himfa or MPP. Ninu Penny John Jinapo or NDC. Me and me Jina Hay. Me or MPP. Ninu Penny Kamara or NDC. Ye fear Dako. No, I'm Bedako. Me Martina, me Jina, me catch them one. Me who opposition down. Me party the our co-opposition, but me Kasa me co-opposition. Look, one minute you know. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP are co-opposition, but me them in co-opposition. Me call NDC what power me didi. Kamara me call no homa me score be mame. And then me what part me what power. Bibi here na obe frame me. Ye kasa da na ma who opposition no. Enti mon dream. My party and my that's the only thing.
Do you relish becoming vice president of Ghana?
Relish? I don't plan my future.
How so? But that's not a good statement.
My life, because my life and times are in the hands of God.
Yeah, but you still have to plan.
Eradi.
Eradi ankasa kra will plan. Eradi na o can all plan. Also, I know the plans concerning you to bring you to absolutely.
Thank you. Intinya dia me pay. Ne Eradi epe. Ewo me mabrabe.
Yes.
Enu na bebe. Into wherever the Lord places me, at whichever point in time, me dana se, mambisa se, ejuma inti ebe ene se. Inti anya me plans. Or now what I relish or what I want. My life and times are in the hands of the living God. That's your answer.
But you've heard say your name is making rounds in potential running mates.
And so near Radia can't find me home.
But Obi hold to make casa who resist you because Obi media Dabi, made a vice president dear Dabi. Obi to make casa.
Wafe. Near Radia can't find me home. And no,
and a baby.
Minim Seradia Casa afami hua. Timim pepre me ho. En konko me hu en so edaye.
But sometimes you have to work towards the end you seek. In this case, unim political game, you have to be doing the right things to get you there. Are you doing that? And I say, no, what was I say, Emrameto?
Me see the Radia can't find me home.
Ebebem.
Say any pa. I don't have to lift a finger. Ebeba. Yes. Me life, son, I'm about me, bro. Baby, I didn't be I give whatever you may be, I'm a warrior, no.
100%.
100+%. Me,
Asempa FM.
And I'm a no so a baby other opportunities. Emame men kopre nanso enya to me na so se menya me yam eye ni yie Erade adumunti
a Baumia Esla ticket can win the MPP the election. No.
Oh, Esla will enhance anybody's opportunities anywhere. Same wa wafa. Erade adumunti. Kunim die nkwa. Wo obi se me wa wafa. Me ne wo ye adwuma bia. Erade adumunti se de me sidi me honam nyina agimuninti. Ebesi me no mienu nyina yi. But me de mesre. Ye nyai papa no. Ne ekoso ne bi e metan.
Sa
Ye nyai no. No nwa nkasa fanani entofo. Enye ne pensempensemu ne hwehwemu. Na onyi oni a o feel se obetumi ene na aye adwuma.
Asempa FM.
Na nkunimdia ye dia. Na waboa no na adwuma ye
2020.
Yes.
2024 rather. But you've also heard because me say Umfi Asante region, meboa. Ufi Eastern region. You've heard say this time I was say
free. Baby I'm free.
Okay, mpacho catch him. Me meaning matese Ufri Achim, maybe say Ufri Kwewu, maybe say I don't know.
Me okani mapa.
Akani.
Me okani mapa. Infantil.
Okay.
Achim wom. Kwau wom. Bono ewom. Bono no nso me firi brekum. Ayenchi efi Asante. There you have it.
You tick all the boxes on.
Say no kwa dia. Enko mo ni how. Nanso media. Me see nyai papa no.
Yes.
Na ono ankasa and choose that. I don't think baby Alfredo should even be a factor.
Yeah, but it should. I mean, looking at our kind of politics, it should.
Yeah, well, maybe it should.
Yeah.
But ni pabe to me na aye adwuma. Amang kunim die.
Absolutely.
Aye odia. Ene aye party ne dia no. Eno na wo se wo hwe.
Yeah.
Enti choka nyina aye de ha no. Munya no.
Na ono are making a decision.
Making a decision. Media baby dem be kwa go wie bia. My crowd se me som me man.
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiise. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiise on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM.
.7 Asempa FM. It's a Monday afternoon, the 4th day of March 2024. Ekosiisen live and airborne. Munyana say Simon Munyana Kwabena Edemoba Ekosiisen Jumedie eso. It's live from our national studios here in Accra, 355 Fanofa Street here in Kokomlemle. Check with your time. We've done some 32 minutes after 2 live on Asempa FM. Osei Bonsu ni ofremi obia meje so ma minna mi production team ase. Dominic Kisi Yeboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omanhene Kwabena Asante, and Equia Boatua Iyadom. Yenyina boom the Ekosiisen Jumedie Ebrem as we begin yet another week in the month of March in the year of our Lord. And you remember, sir, in 2 days from now, Ghana would converge in Koforidua at the Independence Day Parade. It's a holiday, as you are aware, the 6th day of March, our Independence Day. It is but even before that, the African Games at Ghana hosting 54 African countries and ACMO here in Ghana. Now, the African Games, no, Abremo. So far, table tennis, badminton, and all of those games, no, Ashasi Dada, Ebi Koso Botim, and Ebi Koso Ewo Accra International Conference Center, the Dome, a table tennis games, no, Koso Ewo. Majority of the games would happen Ewo the University of Ghana Sports Stadium and the Boteman sports complex. The month of March will be very, very, very packed. A lot of activity. In line with a buying decision, say the Independence Parade will rotate, from one region to the other. This year, Akopiem Eastern Region, the capital of the Eastern Region, Koforidua, would play host to the Independence Parade. Ansana AFCON and as African Games, so quite a lot of activity. Campaigns and so ongoing. Unim say the flag bearer of the NDC is campaigning, building Ghana tour. So said the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, is also meeting some groups or while launching a campaign manifesto committees. The leader of the movement for change and so has been doing quite a lot in recent times. Activities in the Bibre, Yenso, Yamema Yankwa, Emaya Huadina would be here every day to bring you Ekosiisen as we count down to that big day, December 7th, 2024. Yet Sem segment, but remember, Sem segment is sponsored by PowerJet Batteries, Cocoa Milk, Obapa Product, Kingdom Real Estate, and EcoBank Ghana. Before this, now, the sound of our time, Abremo, and also Flumal Triple Action, DBS, Inchense, Papa Fie, and Aya Herbal, and a boy. One-on-one interviews are Ekosiisen. So, and the interviews we do on trending issues, Novus Drinks, Provident Insurance, Syntex Tank, and a Kingdom Herbal. Your discussion segment near Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. In Mekweda Boy and Somia Day. Your discussion segment, Ebremo, and ye Benyam Penifua Kukudam, me and San Ewu Studio, ha, lawyer Chum Berema, member of the NDC's National Communications Team, Atik Mohammed, Executive Director, Mass Action for Sustainable Development in Africa, Mazda, and lawyer Andy Apiakubi, a member of Parliament, Asante Achem North. In Benfomi and saying anyone better not say. Edin Komo ene on our discussion segment. But Omanhene Kwabena Asante ye krado. Ye de mehia sem segment na air so. Let me also remind you, sir, if you've got any thoughts to share with us, your WhatsApp number is very active. 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. Mo share with YouTube na haya Asempa 94.7 FM. Please subscribe to our channel on YouTube. The channel name Asempa 94.7 FM. Let's know where you are watching us from. Into James B. Apo, for example, so Lexington Avenue, New York City. Diaba Yakubu, Calgary in Canada. Bebrina friend Mo, Canada. Mo that's Antibi from the United Kingdom. Antibi that's Papa. Nana Kria Moa Boating, Nkranha, Ono Ablekuma Central, and I will say Orchia Elder Maku Amankwata, on a telecommunications engineering student, KNUST in Kumasi. Frank Edusei Piazza, Washington Metro in the US of A. That's Papa Frank. When Frank appear on Houston, Texas, Prince Lumumba upon Bronx in New York. Julius Adeniran, Bristol, UK. Ajay Reynolds said greetings to Omanhene Obi. I'm watching you guys live from Athens in Greece. Athens, Greece. Arshad Baine, Columbus. Frederick Asakisiedu, or say Obi more fire from Kortoch. Yao Owusu Asabre, UK. Frederick Otiamponsan, Switzerland, also listening from Watches of Switzerland, Oxford Street in London, okay. Positive vibes only, Atlanta, Georgia. Nipa, and that's for YouTube or Facebook and so on. Asempa FM Extra, Asempa FM Extra. Ubetimi Ashaye, Ewo Ehon. So let's know where you are watching us from on Facebook. Many thanks to all of you. Oman, na apomu yedie.
Probably, we should not allow our desperate moments, our frustrations, our gnashing, wailing, and lamentations.
Yes.
And massa situation where my young Asante nyamida. That's the question I want to throw. Ahonti a ofe muni ya oni nyoma ofe nyina. Kokobo we kranye se me besrew. We ye kokobo.
Memfa so nkasenti anya.
Debi. We nya say oh me besrew we radim debi. We the eye koko. Woe unto you. In your desperate moments, so called. In your toughest moments. Emwano pada. Ti ampa wani da so nyina ni nyame wadi fini ufi ba nyina ni nyame enu nkire se bibia be kototin ana so e di ama da bi entimi nya ne koreda ena se nyame na nkasa kono mbazo be nso nyame. It's in this journey of life mesre Obi biara asofo bekasa under the sound of my voice.
Yeah, under the sound of my voice.
Wait here in all moments with desperation is storm ni wave no ujina nyina but what is what to form say bam
men kasenti anya me
who ye dey
it na no Job yer catch and say Dominyankopon ni wu
ye dey na metimi adominyankopon
I said Dominyankopon ni wu
because what dey no wo na
yes
ekuro bebrebe na tete me de 40 say me enimnyamfo bi amabin me fi abusuapam me kuta school papa me call ye me work a shan hodo more than hodo na me na kura tutu mi say me with them they made the kura no a problem for me in the midst of all this me yire di mirika ba say domi owura no
Dominyankopon
domi no
and o ka chen say said ye ma ye ka de jejentwie said ye ma jejentwiefo ni bi kasa na wo kasa yi
Ona wonti emre na se no omunim nyame kese ye
said your mokasa ni bi na
wokasa no
o say erade ma ya de papa na ye je
of course
na ade bone ne yenye ya
no udwane afiri wakoyin
Or say in Sri Lanka for Radidi.
Of course, in the midst of that. In the midst of the kind of storm. And then I hear the because I said I'll bless you back. If you would officer we are singing ano about we and then Juma wa kwanya if you be do Odo sa boha na yi odo sa tare ha na wai ampa uye nipa yetiase ba sa nyame no de emwoni wano empa no oye kokromoti a obi
yes sign ho bopo a enye
de obi ka che ne edi ho adanse eye de yan kase abrabo no yesu ne ye ban no ada edi a kire na yakenka bi ehu bi ne ehu tumi a wo sa nyame ne mu no ene ye didi ho adanse that's why when we talk say the friend issue or to boa the nine dance na obi ne kodi adanse o yan kase ye di adanse ansa na de nyame nam na di force na bofo ne nkofo aye no ya say hu bi a ye di ho adanse onye nyame bi akeke o people forget themselves onu na odwane kotoa dwan kotoa nyame no it is out here wanu ntimi mpa de da ebi mu kasa no aya na mesere rade so hu mmobo onini ye dwan ko bia
Asempa FM
onyame ehuna bobrim ehuntahunu onna ye twediampo o twire na umponda onu no nim tina every enne that is the kind of God we are serving though. So the next 1 second he knows what is happening now and it's a bibia da no or encourage you say and found Kwabena Asante so because you are limited.
Obedu
Shambo and any people be me man kan kire mo. What target Kwabena Asante say the school fees no. Ultimate went here. Now okay can say na any ya no why better. You are hurting your soul and your spirit at your own expense because Kwabena Asante was limitation.
Or you nipa.
The unlimited person and a regime no. And then there's a full radi.
Yeah, it's true.
Say what to them, say because see, Anshasi Antonio may be a seer. A quality Chilean and Casano, a bad dear Maina. Now, don't be bedia dancers. Now, me and him, Ukraine, and I can do phone what Chefa de Bacromanusua, a Chefa Cassia part to play, not the Israel Fatum or Construction. Timisra, another bribiada. Media me dey ma ho say ye di kan e kai ye ho nyame mu say tumi bi na dia be gira sa ampe benso ye gina yi minua se onyame bie wani just a second am wo hu e pia ene ye jan ya tu na wia we pa ene nam wiem ensema hodo e de wudin akoto obi table so a se wo share free hoba but we are no asem dia to di so
and we are physical we are spiritual
no asem dia to di so
Charlie
udinu pampa ni nye eso uni mo hwe erade abofo erade ne hu bobo the mercies and the grace of God and then I to you say the steadfast love of the Lord
never ceases
because baby odin you are just a second away from promotion and blessing ba boa the obedi say this ashebre no the what ne the wo hu no enye no kro eye obi na ade akoto so if you don't anoint your name every day onyame mo sa ngusra no me Kwabena Asante ma so abepay baby amedina kodu baby amenkrata bia kodu baby amenhira bia hye rade wo hu mo bronto so because
let the grace speak let the grace speak adomnen kasa free ni power adomni free trade ampo nyankopon because so hina koma no edane se bana me wa senkusua edane se mo dane no se
baby ono pe no ano no treat ndiko
ono pe
let me encourage you Mr.
Dallas Ampoma Williams said Obi Genesis 18:14
yes
there was a very important question about for ni busa Abraham and in a year or say is there anything too hard for the Lord
bibi nyame yonana
so bibi nyame yona is there anything too hard for the Lord
yonana
or say Obi this presupposes that he owns the world and nothing is impossible for him to do. Just believe. Good afternoon, senior.
Yes.
Dallas, yadase pa na me inshow. Dallas esomo PIWC in Koko.
Yeah.
Or your elder.
Sir, Kutiana, the boy and I girl the way out about 2 Facebook. Let's not forget he's a member deacon
or a deaconess
at Church of the
Pentecost.
Yes, your churches no. You tutu mana monica. No be there every opportunity because on Badamuti. Mona chedia pao because I suffer pa there. Every single opportunity or take Pentecost from about remember sir. We are not the Ghana flag, the Pentecost flag. No, I says, the way you are proud of your church and God's work.
Amen.
It's back to the conversation. I said, I call your issues. Mesre pa from something and your kai who say. So Namini wa brabum no anamu tuma sebe wo mobo but bread is em kwade and one sako hia mana broso de entia ese se wo onyami tu anamo obia nada no enya bansere enya buburo ana enya dua na enya nsuo bi onyami ne bo no nyina it will pay 2 media enkofo bi so konipa ho straight jodi 2 mi nankasa afem nipa bi no ono ne kura 2 mi no you don't need any special way to go to God. I entreat and encourage all of us in the midst of your mirror, you need a sinto nyano or nini nyamia. Sabi German for the Sham Gugu and Nasi na man for be beggar guy. Omanhene Jechoda. Why? Yes, you have the way. Wait. When also obey. Have your church of family as in a mumu and Africa Omanhene referee system. You will be our hobby. Timumu. Yeah, encourage you in the Lord. Perfection every day we are working towards it. Sure. But don't deliberately also think say grace and mercy hold perfection of the be out now who she move one day you miss the boat.
Origin more MPB friend Dr. Benjamin Yeboah.
Oh yes, young man. On only free that share, you know. On no NDC National Youth Women's Organizer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Louisa Bisiu.
Dr. Louisa Hannah Bisiu.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Benjamin.
Matisa na any birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Into PK Sapon say or
very hard working guy. Very hard. Young man, very hard working.
Dr. Benjamin Yeboah.
Yes. Very and a young man. So I think he's about 28 or 29.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I sound good. But on trash, yes, I bet 28, 29.
Oh, okay, then that's impressive.
Very, very young guy.
Wow.
And the
dog, happy birthday to you. And this is a special one from your friend PK Sapon.
Yeah.
And on the way. But we say, Obi, please, kindly have me in your prayers. I lost my dad over the last weekend. God bless you. Prince Henry Ewokoforidia. Yeah, Prince Henry Koforidia. Yako Kesia.
Yeah, very tough moment.
Yeah, very, very tough. Oh, Papa. In these times are aired, but we wish you sincere condolences. We say Obi a blissful birthday to Honorable Akwesi Free Family Insan. Say
okay,
Amasaman MP. Yeah.
So Omosumno.
Walusu primaries.
So
one term MP.
Guyana
estate, you know.
Almost the estate mama. MPP for anti-man trainer, so now you're maybe 20 man trainer, so I also saw normal. Of course. Who the assassin and no crack? Who the assassin edgy vote? And you want to encourage that? Or the assassin vote, Dominic. And now number interview no honor. Huh?
A cast.
And now number interview or some assassin half plot.
Now, Osei, but what's wrong with that?
Well, Miss Law, there's nothing wrong with it.
Maybe that's
how the Abasia say.
Man.
Number 2. Mama, I mean, for Nation. Muntian and the real baby. Everything you do, these people don't come in. The next year to a chase.
Man. That's what we are at the morning.
Yeah, Kutia and Yoma. Nipakutupa.
Yes.
Among some of the things, no, and it's a saying the crack.
Yes.
Obitimi, the assassin have plot. Emma delegates generation of a two abamani. Now,
I'm catch also a quine about a book ban, I say, or man to Abama, maybe may acquire my bribe and
Nino Daruma. And so you let them in
David. Yeah, can't say.
Yeah.
Obi ma promise in return for your vote. Adebone.
They go promise me bo.
Anya promise na.
When you own
O kwanya say.
O de ade na.
Me say. To abama me ba me ya wo kwan na wanim.
Wadaroma. The only come sign a tear there.
Yes.
Yeah, the plan na be kire.
Yes. It is still a promise.
And I'm say, a year.
And I make catch up.
You're too about the jazz as it. Fine.
Oh man.
Say what me on the side here.
Oh man.
See you're too about the jazz as it here. Most your estate bay. Every other to be responsible in the crate.
Oh man.
Many problem.
Me say a coin agbo coin na say.
I don't know.
Oh man, me say to abama me ba me yes am coin na wanim ho na ma.
Now dom Kwabena. Now me catch say me ba.
Yes.
Me say me prayer ma buy na woso. Ne ma buy na woso.
Na ma kwan.
Ma mama kwan.
Munyina sa promise so to abama me. Ma to vote na.
Oh, but when you be, it's just that now you're Baby, you want to be better than the man macroom. Bunim. You want to be the man macroom. It means happy. Maybe you want to have my jam my tear for the phone. Say the Bible saw the Mecono. I don't boy in Nadia. Fine. Mini problem. Said the old say sad and because I will be out there. Problem being about them go with the because you are me now there. My radio go away. I mean, lawyer Maliba. Na mentia ya nipa ya ndisi for bon e boss na me ya do no ba obenya ba bia gina nipa eduji tamaklo
oh yes so
ana
AG's office or the either main minister na deputy
ana de ye nipa kama esum no voter register wa yela kra o eveze
ayi
adawuga
no owen
adawuga
say kojoga adawudu no owen ono so primaries no boys na anya de ekura omo tutia and too much oh na nye
said na make actually say eno ma edi
na aguma wa ya ma party pa
abese okabi it is me say no adawuda no say adawugu no say the obesi aboye pa and dey yeah you the film because they na ejani when I person when kaija technically busa the question let me go here no
me encourage
you say
Kojoga Daudu, Charlie, yeah, cherry, yeah, hey, yeah, some boys need to tear the too much.
Oh, be me, Mama, we see what you I'll say, with the pa, men call their friend me bar on me. It was here celebrating in-law, the brother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
And Manona, and then I would have shrunk.
Oh, okay.
Reverend Jones, also a J. Deputy General Overseer, Global Revival Ministries.
Oh, okay.
Mama Viso was in the money in
wow.
Inti Reverend Aobrasim. Wow. Ya chia kwansu nkusepo. Nyame ema dawe ni beyond enye different.
Yeah. My main kind ways we say obi belated birthday wishes to my brother Oboba Kwejo Omare. Okay. The best is yet to come, my brother. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Hashtag Ekosiisen. Alex Martins. We say Obi and Omanhene Kwabena Asante preach on. I like your sermon this afternoon as we embark on the month of fast next week. In the next week, na yinu yanum kremofo share on my commentary. As I'm taking Rashid, we wish you very, very well. We say Obi, it's exactly 18 years today I buried my father, Peter Ban Abuaje. May God protect my mom and the rest of the family. May daddy continue to rest in the bosom of the Lord. We Charles Babuaje, man me call national service with Dunkwa no fin Spark FM no na on the news editor. Charles Babuaje be na friend Moski uko Dunkwa waji din brutal and or information service department. I think Ufutu Winneba ho baby Moski, good afternoon to you. We say Obi, Honorable Benjamin Setre might be in his mid 40s. And not 30s.
Hey, sorry,
Master P or London.
Oh, and because
yeah, not just Akolanya, me.
Yeah, very nice.
We say, hi, Obi. You are indeed an example of a proud COP member. Tell Omanhene we are possessing our world. We are now in 170 countries. COP is indeed possessing the nations. Thank you. We say, hi, Obi. Good afternoon. This LGBTQ plus agenda will make the West extinct. A time will come their population will reduce extensively, whilst those in Africa will keep on multiplying to take over their countries. Let the West keep on pushing this agenda in their respective countries, whilst Africans also promote polygamy in Africa. Africa will soon take over the West in due course. It started happening in Canada, in Kohobi. I hope I am thinking outside the box. Godi or Tema. And it will come, okay, in the PK Sapma confirm me, Oman, doctor, already 47 years.
No, Obunim no. Who never can 25 years.
Sir.
Oh, I shall not you too much.
Almost 50.
Yeah, no, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm proud of you.
Wow.
Washan also here too much. Very calm.
Wow.
Very, very, very calm.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Dr. Benjamin Denkra.
Setre.
Yeah. Doc, the official passion person at the mouth. Obi wa membo ni ma be ennan so na afi me ma akwana de wo so.
No problem.
O de ba no. De di kan. Say that minister maintainment but I was happy with your intro.
Yeah.
There's no feeling that now what we African we are seeing
extra Ghana.
And I don't know what has gone wrong in terms of publicity. Ebi o na almost strategy na MPK. Ebi also na almost na NTV. But no matter what, some of the decisions we have to consciously take this year and beyond this year. They be a wrongs no na
promoting the good
if you are seeing na be press e bi anko ade we be bom ama onyame adom abaye ho ewi a yenyema ne nya nimunyam na nya kama ba wo that tension o mind mu for na nkase de ma no na
yes
but when a bama a driver for hotel for menu nyina aduane for obia o chain
obia o chain athlete any officials are eba o the volunteers nyina kan wa be 13,000
obia o chain
that's massive.
Yes it in crime butu for the next 1 month or so
almost yes
in crime butu a Ghana butu for the good that esika ebi benya business contact
taxi drivers have called Boteman truck for called Boteman omo e call Legon omo e call International Conference Center.
And whilst we wait for the Information Ministry and National Commission on Civic Education one year publicity whilst we wait for them the media i.e. print and then radio TV so ye quota no ye push it's very important because we are saying cameras will be here and Ghana will be benefiting. The fact is some of the disciplines you're modern born to me and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be part of the euphoria. We need to have fun. And we need to also make sure say about ginseng on social media, on traditional media.
Let's make it trend.
Young mass feeling feeling the womb. So that those who pushed to get this agenda here I'm very proud in the midst of all these challenges.
We have to. And the good thing is 29 sporting disciplines. Emu 8 a year qualifiers for Paris 2024 for Olympic Games.
Oh wow.
And 8 of the disciplines athletes be called Olympics Paris, be qualify from her.
Okay.
Hey, you be qualify from this game.
It's a serious gathering.
Serious gathering. And you grow crani. And I'm going to it's a massive event.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a massive.
So, I don't know. I did him, but they're supposed to be Yobi. Meaning, only DVL for the Nkoma. Saying, come on, there, Busomo. Omoya eye test and sana Yedolans.
Omoya. No. Omoya, so also when you back say, no, wait a say, words, no way,
effective, sir.
The MMBA and the effective. I don't know about the others.
I think that, a driver for the door now.
And
challenge with their eye, accident BCA we an opera rather me point and here we are maybe, and we should accident quite fast we see now. If we actually nipa record the boom cry, them say who cry say, I know a very normal person. They say, or everybody who be sometimes to their diet so them wait to be fear.
Obi how to steer the chiba chale. Adrenaline na mankasa ni anyo futu.
Iti DVL4 enhwe eni wasem yi na omonisa and common so my. Even though me not to see African week I am highly impressed with safari tissue or more kitchen.
Yes, safari tissue, okay.
Foreign complete international standard.
Wow.
Me promotion be about there. If I don't I call baby could package no buy and I get him closer to
nice.
It's purely AAA.
Wow.
It's more safari tissue. So I'm advertise what.
Oh, I'm advertising.
Yes. More safari tissue. Miss Remo. Ma we mamutrimu nyamuti. Because then we be catch say we shouldn't compete amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
It's always safari tissue. Your target,
your competition
outside this jurisdiction.
UK, Germany, US.
And clearly, the men who are way pan there. Because I'm in MBM, say, I had to say, sir, a table tissue, a kitchen tissues, if free a man on the and now for the Ghana for patronizing. But I was shocked. TV show safari t-shirt there be safari t-shirt go there I found my you want say I know must actually sumpa there wow so I said intimate set team now Ghana for more years surgery and that's why I understood because they say so more free say Techiman I was
factory a factory no I think when you support under 1D1
I was shocked we are just
No. It's a massive thing. I mean, the quality and everything well class.
All I pray for. And it's almost a very well-structured company.
Sure.
So as an NKA company, which was a Ebiana Una, no, a few more, and I say, why are enough companies? Sabrina, Ajiego. But I don't mean me. And then, Obi, what you've been talking about all the time, principle. Principle. Ewe ya mala tamarket me se me to anka ene abrobe akona ana menya da.
Wa blending.
Nti abrante pade bia se me omo de me sua de.
Oh, okay.
Ana me ti me hwe. Mama anka ni 20 cities wa na mama abrobe 20. Teacher share politics wo bi ni nyina pro. Oh, complete ene ewe ya ni nyina pro. Oh. Di wo ho adwena de nam.
We so okwa next time we ko no ni ho.
Ni nyina pro. Osum ho, mama ni wo ho. Oh, ni nyina pro. Nya say ebi kura ka ni nyina pro. Me say abroba 20, anka 20. Duka daya ani me ave me bie so me say oh wow. So you look at the mindset.
Oh.
Ewiya. We kwale de boa me say me ni receive na na manager. And the bia de hom ye me na. Me say mo trata ka mu to ade mu nyai. O ka say me ka so me say ade man me fa me pa bon na DCD.
Yeah.
Ewiya malata market my pon program. Just abrobe ana anka 2020. Why? E dey sika na ye pe if na dey ko. Obia bota ko sika. Kwa ye for so
na dey approach to dey what ton say.
And those people when they careful obi. Ombe be si ukwa echi. Watermelon, pear, abrobe, anka, tangerine, kwadu. Ochu ti say we sika free system. Bam.
No, wa fa dey approach dey
one more. Tuba corner me na dey ni a aye hwen. Ase ni nyina.
Ya kan nyina anya.
Papa. Enya papa. It will be that is
any panels who to say or deep politician be atema.
Oh, that I don't know. I'm saying I have no more cassette here. One year, man, yourself. I need to be more pocket. Yeah, young cassette, your man, your fool. Because you're nini a sunni a bayani in trickers, you know. Also, be off a scar. Also, we are Miss Abby.
I'm a idea.
Yes,
complete theft.
And yet, Papa Bakura. But what am I?
Question as Obeko, sorry, Obeko Friday.
Me do rubber be sad or ye, and I said, no wonder. Oh, sir. Mekasi nyina no enya aban mu mpanyimfo ana enya opposition fo mekasi nyina no ye cost ye beneficiaries of a corrupt system I na man for intimacy obi people don't understand me it is the system no baby abedu no cutting corners in kwan obi a e dey adwuma of this country cutting corners abrochi for do na obi say obi ahoma wetuo now say omoma the experience to do business here in this country. 99, omu nyina be dwane akoba to abrochire. Waba beti o madwuma wo ha wie ne ko mo say momo brese de. Meja adwuma bi a poultry farm, breko farm, e bi a boutique bi, e bi a forex bureau bi, hwe akire mame, obi popra.
Ewi akoko ni nyina.
Ohwe popra, nkoko no be 2000, abaka just almost to 25. Na wo. People want to come and establish business here. Obi Ghana for do na e wa man ne kwal omomenti omabre because they've worked their hearts and their energy out. They have reasonable money. And but some baba investment. They mo e so mutimi ko no omoba. But who do you trust? Who do you trust? Tell them the story of Kwabena Assempa 190 for years now akodi amanoni. Now they were capture American land almost all the law firms law case bia they bro. Now I kai se me na me wo ha. No usi mi si dan emma. Yeah. Say dan na usi mi si ma no. Na me usi di ama me. Na me nim. It is cement 8, na me use 1.5. Arrows 16 mm, na me use 12 mm. Say because say me ye me ho. Me ye o. Uba do Ghana na ka je oh, na de on ma ye de. Da we de me share na man ka je. Oh. Fa. Me na fe de me no. semi butu semi su semi so nipa bia no ese bia wotwa ade bia wo ye you cannot run away from ehun susu so mentality common I mean ade bia ye wasase we su bia wo beji ho emfaso because say me see yenu no mo amano no say wo mo makwanya say they should share their experiences obaba ko America ono ye sa nurse from Kokofi home care
okay
boy juma na kaswa wabeto asase we be bar and then chop restaurant and then drinking spot no the Airbnb ni bi akwana dia to me say two what to kwa the next no the what dia to me say time
on one nua
what dia to say time wogu bar no wogu
restaurant
Airbnb restaurant they see from say train but omunim say e won sunsan so o man no eni nipa gidi o man yes omunim ade bia wo gya wa ma Ghana ni bia no o yam ba hyehyewa afa de mu de ntia adwuma mu mpanyimfo Ghana doing business no omu gya hokra tu kwan no omu ko holidays na ye problem for them
problem ontimi ndu kwan
very dishonest people greedy envious jealous people on person or the one day Kwabena Asante or person the one day and then multimedia 29 years or so no Kwabena Asante them hwi team no or person the 1 year edu 29
now or they do 29
how do you compare to
and why we think with these attitudes no
why
our country can become a developed country
how
I don't even understand
how do you do
because
that?
If your value system said yes how do you develop you can't and I think we should I was say free as here why if we don't change our value systems, forget it.
No, be say me tana me ka. Am for me say enya John Mahama His Excellency. And enya Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumio. Omo nyina nka to omo dia betudwa for oman no brabo no. Eya papa. But obi o okojina John Mahama na mu. Okojina Dr. Baumia na mu. Na wodi djuma on behalf of this and him therefore. Sanko for any yen. Obi ena service providers. Hotel ni yini na se for ni sa mo no e dem catch dey bufu kro Ghana ala ta ya me koto laser ba me do ready to myself form na bi kra coke na bi kra fanta na bi kra guinness e bi kra wine e bi kra champagne e bi kra issue obi up market kwa yo be for so a obetu ta na odi akoto na ade me on to ajai why me say ana ba tutu we kra no ma wo be ha me side wo free na buy
so me new
so me mam side ni obi aba no nse ka ifi.
That's on the air.
Can you imagine? And we accept it. Uber driver, taxi driver, truck driver, the kind of exchanges of many passengers now on daily basis. On my channel, it is not in letters NDC and letters MPP. It is sermon. And that is the fact. The fact is that baby I do as mine.
Yeah.
And your man says yeah. I'm a sick jina. Enya kwanya de bia me ka adwuma sempe na me ka senya me sha because who be am paying for nani and mabu nani ba so omo betie dia trending jobs and say there me say besi this common
yeah
tete ha na HR na accounting na eyin kwa na yet every day e wi asi dwa no ehia san kofo e ba kokra wa me say e wi asi dwa no ehia dano Minerals Commission Chief Executive Betina, chemical engineer, or so our chemical engineer Biano, I also pay Juma. Now the opportunities there.
Why am I Obianye?
We are seeing baby in that channel. Additional Ekoswano, human resources marketing, the political side that's it. Because the African want the easy way out of the situation all the time. None of them, I go with the Commonwealth and take a member of Parliament as enough. Now, the land cruises straight. And what's the dime you know, can was it be in the crew and a commercial about Quatroco, not the Airbnb also. A country that allow politicians to live anyhow and citizens to lead anyhow. Sometimes special prosecutor also, but young man, you don't obey.
But Yoko said they are taking that thing up. Said they are now going to investigate celebrities, and their source of wealth. Well, I don't know how far that will go. But man, now me DBB etoso. Last week, I think you mentioned something about the private schools in Accra and the bus and a justice of the High Court and Okache say Obi. Sa semna mu rezi yen san enhyemu kenabiu. Na ono ohu bia na ne ma hye.
Obi.
Osi ebi ono ahu no car ni gate nye papa
Hawaii obi na ho
yasen pai ya
kola no tare so ana wi abo
kolante se
ana onim Ghana for mutie muntete mo mayiye hwe emu no ya de gu rubber mu sia no ma mo anu te say abele wo obi
black rubber
what the tell me say didie no
na ze
what the tell me say didie
guys so anu kwen kuma
what the tell me say didie da bi obi what the tell me say didie no hwe omia no say na mo no na bayi no tia ze na to say ay Rwadi Yakopo e bi bufo mo mpa de ade ne ye hu sa we are settling for mediocre all the time now say the nkora no yes ya bomb ma pieso na fifra ti omo
Echo school anopa in the idea me yes say be ye ne say oman maybe we should begin to name and shame in the end and me na say me na ma mehwe me who car be a preparatory school car ankwala gu menye papa metro school ni din we come and mention the names here say we tie me na say won so who car bi sa o de wo phone na yi ne twa car na picture ma school ni din mra never send your WhatsApp number na we need to stop this thing say we have to force people to stop it enya the papa enya ntwen me me kai say your water crade at a point e bi sa car na bus na ase ni 2 man kola ni bi free mu beto
Momo
make a try.
Oh, now me say atomic. Say in Dominic atomic say in school ka bas bako. In say ase tintin na say minim mo first say in say to PK sa pompa to me say car say in the ties to
okay it's a link bows
na chino ba minimum obi kai wa pamcho car no say tie no dey shem ku and che tutu ni
beam
ya say beam mother if car na say na car na number bi togo na no aso na wo
that time no
na wo so na klaro yeah mother anya fan beam anu car no atomic dua bi on gidi zoom ala car ni na so nya papa o ya the feel I want say no ade kura ti ni say na amoa say tam as the yes who is controlling that space who is controlling
and yeah twa ma car ba ko ne nkola ni nyina
who is controlling that system
because it is terrible I mean it is really terrible me pa cho say shaft okay it is a utie me na say uhu sa cars ni bi picture never send it 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 it is a utie me as
for caution to is not for the fun
that be fun enya go
ni sa editing sa
school be din kwasha that be enya ne we would be monitoring ourselves it is a wonso uhu bia because I think we need to name and shame untimi umfa so dodo nti emputi obia ma at risk and the papa why should you and these are school fees or more school fees or man you cannot charge those school fees and put a man for in the kind of cars who so performer
how the proprietors take advantage of the system
you can do that
so no be on ma
you can do
that Ghana for you can say maybe the one be the one mean say or say go for the money you want nika agonian can you achia who said that you can do achia and obi ECG for suntie I never could be on district was at the end of my meters.
Okay.
Amount for meters on over 6 months, almost and come connected direct to the pool. Yeah. People are frustrated.
I never could.
Yeah, I never could be Kumasi. Genuinely, Omako could treat your BBA. Treat and the only bachelor next week Thursday, tomorrow, and then Nipan Suti on Person Muyen, my Juma, and factories nothing for Omako Tria, my bay expression, Muhammad, dear, over 6-7 months. So now they are forced to tap direct from the line.
Hey, but no, they dangerous.
But who cause them? Timisremo, and your papa no chance as a force. But when necessary or two sana mono.
I say, you see, Jomuka says your meters ni biabana.
We don't know the age more. Sometimes we have over so swoop because we don't know the age. So we Miss ECG4. And Mia bebre new sites bebre dan na metia se de na adwumaru ano adwumaru panyimu no
MD ne come
some of these things is dey bia o ka se bo a lack of proper planning. Yene city authorities, no, any ECG, Ghana National Fire Service, any young coordinate.
And the new areas, for the new skills. The new areas are eba up now. Ye jame no so ye putogum hwegum containers and container de ne kwa na media me dwen ho. He say baby obefa bia na containers baby a. O ma no kwa kan ye say aduane ye bedinti. Charlie, containers, how do you build a country like that? So Obia to me be under the guy.
So bro, I see you want to eat your cake.
I mean, Charlie,
and have it back.
Charlie, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating.
And sometimes Obi is the gatekeepers. Say only assembly now who say a spring up. Not the excuse that will continue.
No, so we've said here consistently say, yeah, this assembly concept here, oh man, it is just there on paper. It's probably the most ineffective idea. A buying attempt to say until we fix the law bit and make it proper devolution. No, we should forget because power is no more.
Bobby, they are crowd, they are passing crowd. They are Sika $80. Was $80. Ude wa darumo. One is in Yame wa duma top notch. Ye, someone almost able to buy $4 and digga. And then rent. Someone see a Jimmy go beyond a certain year. Maybe 6 months be allowed again. Yeah, but and there will be young cause under our watch. A dime be pricing in dollars. Ye uko to dia ye $8. Also ako South Africa, ako France. Ako Miami be no this $1 no the company was abia. So just even a matter of rent issues. And arbitrarily, the minimum market you must stop on. Obi adasore anopa no shoot 2 tomatoes no the call paint in here 120 150 180 no be at tonko sa obi aso anopa was me dan no a free 250 me the call 600 that space no one a regulator my because be a dying a critical issue in this country working class no very critical a dying kentino obi akwa oba edwuma ministries wakwa kopie ewo ye mankesim edan because hono benya be 80 cities a month and then from mankesim to ministries every blessed
I don't know all kind of real
I was them kaka saying
what mankesim
now oti kofodia na ye say oba ministries on daily basis. So can be the nako your transport system efficient everything reliable it's not a big deal. Sabi according to mobile
of course.
Several hours.
Sure.
But the frustration from even Adenta to cross over to Brino.
Who the free keep crank we do?
Yeah. It you say me it productivity na be at Makoso. Because we free one match be 3:34 just to catch office be 8 o'clock. It you 4 hours so. Oba be do 6 a.m. no be am. But what man so traffic situation.
Ubedru fie so be 10 p.m. What da 5 hours na was our science sorry.
Normal egu so no. Let me borrow some George's 2015 comment. Okay about gays. I say and normal there so as on mine. And there be the gays 70 guys out whatever we do. What I'm trying to say. And normal there so you know no. And you no. The development of our roads, hospitals, especially Ghana month, will bring back and continue to sustain the enthusiasm of your journey, your casa, opportunities to let people know that we are people who can now improve upon the old-fashioned style farming. Mechanized. Whereby, to Togo, Benin, Ouagadougou, Jane, tomatoes, Burkina Faso, catch a quantum of money that goes into this country every year. You'll be amazed. Tomato, they buy over 100 million. Jane, they buy. It's a minor dear party.
Kwekwo Usu Okoforidia or say Obi ECG is forcing many households to do illegal connections. They take away your postpaid meter pronto, but it takes ages for them to get it replaced with a prepaid one. And I must add the illegal connections are done by the ECG staff proper. Go to Insawim and check. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Kwekwo Usu Okoforidia. We say Obi, is it not part of the police's job to regulate these vehicles? Have you also observed their tipper trucks that ply our roads with heavy loads with weak tires and bodies. They pass through police barriers, but the police are not even bothered. Gusty man, ewo breku. Nedia or no diaba enono.
I want to say, by one of the finest university or UK no koi. Me, I think what one in the castle. Or by the mindset, you know. Or we can do this, we shall do this, we are gonna do this, they will do this. I'm trying to lecturer. We could do 3 weeks. No, come on, we can do it with our body. Come do this. But I won't shut system impact. It will be difficult to do these things. You know, you need to take your time. You know,
yeah. So
let me tell you. So you want problem? Back to our conversation.
Remember, need take or take go, or say. And Obi, the way the drivers speed with those vehicles in the morning is even dangerous. Driver for the first school kola no can you or see speed almost signing kola ne kono eseweni and so catch. Where say Obi, good afternoon. My regards to Kwabena Asante. The last time he was asking who is Trinebo Akodia, tell him Osei tell him he came to meet me at Kesbin TV. Catch and say sorry. A lady is in love with him at a Siakwa, so he should look for me. Obi, there is a police officer at Chebi who is building heavy equipment such as block machines and others, but he's not getting the support. This police guy is fantastic and we need to help him. He is here in Chebi. I'll send you some of his equipment after the show.
We need to, sometimes we need Exim Bank for approach, but sometimes Exim Bank should nose round. No? Now some of these people, single them out to support.
I don't know if Exim Bank provided facility ma individuals.
No, meaning because I don't know how they operate. Also, was more youth then but they make us say sometimes Obi these financial support they don't come from Obi. They want to really do their job. It's almost
but support. It's true.
The almost council money, but Mama part with Chow, Mrs. Alan Chemanti. I say a Jumani, I cry be a credit, the mom walk on and create. How much more do you tell Ojawako? Say we and yo ya Obi. None of them who says a despite one bank, will be a best point. Say 2 million, say then staff. Yeah, now or conform Mrs. Jelly, say, who jelly you saw a mobile phone, any drunk, now, oh, good, we say what she ban no fast in the night, in your back on the wafer and the coast wafer, the baba, the chili banai, the benny, on the aquasa, with the ground to. So, how do we correct the system? How do we correct the system? How do we call baby? I walk in our car, bro. You also to me, you so abundant. Would you be social security system? Would you say, Sabiano? Yes, the part of Toromunya, Amunyo. But your mistake now, I should a very clear.
And that's why people would then say, so okay, then leadership also has a responsibility because leadership ensures the system and the laws would work. But we say, Obi, I'm so encouraged by Omanhene today. These encouraging scriptures should encourage every Ghanaian. I wish our president signs the bill that would come before him, making the anti-LGBTQ plus legal in Ghana. The threat of sanctions from the West,
legal and illegal,
or not say. I wish he would sign the bill that would come before him, making the anti-LGBTQ plus legal in Ghana. That's what he said. I don't know the upper trade, but say the threat of sanctions from the West would make us stand up for our development. The good Lord has been generous to this land called Ghana. Exactly. It is now our turn to glorify his name by making maximum use of what he's given us. Those of us who were old enough in 1984 saw what we were able to do for ourselves. Let's not go against our culture and what the holy teachings direct us. We should not give whoever leads us the problems the Israelite gave to Moses when he was leading them out of Egypt. If we want the bill signed by the president, we should know that difficult times will be ahead of us. Shalom, Edwin in Takrade. And I think as part of NAN Common Oman, one of the things we would have to do, as a minor, there are some critical choices we have to make.
One for we answer so. Choices that we can never compromise on.
Absolutely.
Choices.
There are critical choices we have to make. And the choices are two. I have been a passionate advocate for the principle of the anti-LGBTQI bill, the principle of the bill. of course, some have raised issues with some
custodial sentences.
Yeah, clauses in the bill and all of those. We can look at that, but I think the principle is clear, and because so say in culture, in traditions, some of us who are Christians, those who are Muslims, and all of that, no, yeah, we have beliefs, of course, and at the end of the day, once in culture, and I say the traditional rules. In laws, cultural laws, a constitution, you cannot take it out completely. It is a BBI culture, a frowning on no. It has expression in the constitution. It is any problem. But see, the choices, and they say, you've read a lot of the threats. At least yente what's happening with the IMF deal. And Ministry of Finance cry kasa say ebeyanka ma omanpanyi and sign. Because omanpanyi sign we risk losing the remainder of the $3 billion and more the airboy, you get it. In the other one issue.
Man, no quite what about Brazil and so what?
No, maybe.
Yeah.
And unse ye were 8 agencies, foreign aid agencies, also ebimu in budgetary support, ebimu interventions, so called Ministry of Agri, no much so World Bank project, air Koswa, and most of them in your loan. Bebrena a grant or more by a specific interventions or more, a lot of them. And then if all of them should stop, I initially what I'm saying is the choice we have to make. And as a country, we go with the bills and the principle of the bill and everything that is in the bill, and say to hell with Obia. You get it. And now say, you better say, okay, sign omopa omunyina stop us anyoma no de maye no ye be kwa hohiahia mu but manfo ni nyina beti ase say ye wa hohiahia because of idea we are in a sovereign country, because you cannot eat your cake and have it.
What will be the point is
and those are the choices we have to make. Those are the choices.
The point is that even getting to these choices yankasa ne pe we okọ ye IMF the World Bank ye what man bo ho bra papa. The gold, the diamond, and the latest is called lithium and all those things now. The cocoa and the manganese and all those things. The timber and the teak.
Yes.
Say a bobra papa. A whole tip ma or mine punto in Koswa.
Yes.
Uviza Gaweno, Ubiba be call it, yeah, bluff. As sovereign as we claim and we think we are. Ubia Babe call it a bluff, say. Oya Wajune say. Now, sometimes. Ebi ayanso yan continental presidency they say the Bahama kind no nti enim say the nyomasi cafe or me tia ne ka ba no credit say on this matter I don't want to even sit on that seat. I want to align with all faiths, surprisingly not to me but faiths ni na no Baha'i, Ekanka, Buddhism, traditional Christianity, Muslimi, almost countless faiths ni na no frown ya crowd the end akukudro ne chiwade there's no option because I want now boy on this matter there money to and I see some of these things as threats, very empty threats.
No, those threats would always come.
Yes,
my issue is yes, they are threats, I agree. But the point is that where we've gotten to in our development, the clarion call of Ghana Beyond Aid, yes, it sounds good, it sounds nationalistic and all of that. But the reality is the number of interventions in this country are funded by donor support and women can loans. I've not said loans, but loans there a commercial loan. You can go into that commercial agreement. CC you will issue because we call capital market, international capital market that we've been kicked out because of maybe a debt to GDP in your money edunenti. In the honor issue, and what we can thrive on now, 8 kakra eba any be a GRA collections will meet me ajeje ewo omayemu. In the 8 very very critical. My point is say once all of those things stop, and let me also add say enye omo eboy with aid nyina na akasa say because of sadie we into omo babetwe no enye omo nyina because as we speak say China also was support kakra omo de emayen Russia money ade was support kakra omo and they are also vehemently against the bill. They see this as a Western agenda. In the no, but there are some other critical development partners. Ebi must start to my point is that we need to decide as a country. Yes.
Uno untimi do cake. Na cake rounds are mouse.
Of course.
Na cake amato so obi afanesan kai. Yes. And the message catch now say, "Ye ko head. Say boy who brapa." But these charters and all these whatever how we are joined to know. You are taking a decision based on your traditions and customs. But say abona make ojino. E cross session. Every way. Sovereignty no. Say where the me say and Ghana for the pension you know. E pension here the there. Na China for do am no mo ye adwuma. Officer. Warm water no the green leaves be. Egugu. Ndi no omo do man no ho a no mo de aba no mo gusu no. Ano mo nom sa omo cigarette you ba say there e be need system no crowd say. That's what they are used to there. On met tietia me fa on dey so kwan bia so. Enti oba onom ni so warm. Me fa obi fa de Ghana ni we akete blog them no onom all the consequences onom obi so temperature. But no say warm no the no be say good. One tia say and no your no Nidia. No one tells no say me dia. Different from say me na kosia. Na me pesca no ka discuss ogia. Me memo adwuma nipa say adwuma we the memo omuso atikakra. Nti hwehwe adwuma we say we mu dia mfa nipa. Magi unsi hu we different. Yeah. Oma kwan mo mbeka cho say said any be do baby no. On me detect even aduane a. I say ye di anopa awia ananyimbe. That's why make us say am pass ya dom say koko ina no. Be do baby a ye bra na ya bono. E ma ne ye aniwu say yan kase antini am trenetene ho. Na obi akofa aba be gina say bosumi match no mundi 12 cities. Yetimidi 12 cities. Nipa no twe no kope na ye di 7,000.
But I say one thing the difference no and say mostly who kwaje commercial loans and no asa strengths ni bebre na ya na eni ho because they purely commercial obesen etua with interest and no ntimi me kan kire wo say because yan fasa wako ebia your friend is saying Dutch bank bi or Germany say wako kwaje commercial no bank ni ntimi me ka kire wo say waje LGBTQ we plan and yan fa loan no aid. Say aid near different from loans, no. In the aids and the grant, and no aid capitals was a tool for control, man. Say me amount aid, and it's not Russia. Say a Brooklyn chrono, UK were UK aid, US were US aid, Germany were GIZ more and all those institutions. I'm on aids. Budgetary support and it's hand on your man. Aids on the air bow. So I'm on the air bar. It's a tool for control. And you know. Abada ho ye kire se wa anye se ya ma wa entina na meje de wo kan to say yenso ye nyoma yi a we might not need sa 8 no if we are going out there for sika na ye kwaje commercial loan na menim say chale loan nie meje this year of course
there's no crime in that.
Yes, there's no crime in that. And every country in the world that you loan in the end there is no crime in that. But when you go beyond the loan now fe 8 and I will rely on that, that's where abandon that who say
so long and short.
We have to make the choice.
Long and short, choice, but of course the president has no choice
in this time.
Matter way, only choice. Obi pon dance around it, say, and I win a coin a side chick, no problem now. The matter we have to discuss is not that I don't want to know. The president has no choice. Say president so one year in a home. And for we are a 6 months gift, and I say, BB, this we didn't any many and for my
one sign.
Where they will be
as one share, then I say, a trap.
No, I'm saying that where they in the
that's not one sign. What no, but the point is, because you see, Parliament can comfortably say, I call my opinion. That's the trap. On my opinion, say on sign. If you don't know, Chrome ha, sorry, diamond on my opinion.
Well, but that's what make catch say. Make catch say, and nobody should make political capital out of this. Solving national issues from political angles has been the bane. Has been the bane. That is why when we are comparing about Miankasa and another Casa and your mama, and Obiko your mama 2013, believe me by Obiko Sam John. All these things they don't build the country. So I divide the route. They don't build the country.
But Oman, me ne won so no. Yeah. Any Ghana for nyina. Ya express extreme anger, including parliamentarians na sponsors adie we no. Aye nyina ya express extreme anger against LGBTQI activities no. Ja, enye no nkwa so na ade ebo man yo. Oman, meba trouble. India, I think we should express the same anger against filth in our country.
Of course, but
the same anger against corruption.
Of course, and
but I don't think we are doing that.
But
we are not doing that.
But clearly, 24-hour economy is almost power.
Yes.
And sector bia attention.
Sure.
Well, the Baba force to be 25 hours. What the Baba force? Company say. So what is it? But no crane say. Say you can't want to say you can't a year more. And I'm saying some of these things, no, where they to boom because Ghana for the don't in the midst of your rent issues and all those things, no. What's sad is sad day where you to say quite a time back home. And no work where we say to Debbie. I know they will be
yeah, but I'm saying say the success are that national anger no yet they achieve with Sadia way, you know. It should extend to all other areas if it's a
perfect.
Enkoyi. Yeah.
And it's no be answer but it starts with one case we know already you know. That's the point. It starts with
we should hear the church again speaking against the other ills in our society.
The church
galvanizes our support.
The media is key.
Yeah.
The other day, and then LGBTQ number. It's not a female.
Yeah.
Then now what you do so. Insurance menu abeba illegal mining about trokan ebeba and the videos be amount for their bread about illegal mining
trokan
illegal mining if you crowd they say no I don't complain because I was a zoom down other ones no makano e man cry bu omuso omutimi nyeni nyina because bu apayem come not until that so the fee egu abonti ye ntwea so omanonim emra obi wan kaso akwa uye asua wie emra bi afa eye sinto bia ho ne mra yo bia ho no ebi o this country Jantua any mrana akoya hwehwanim and I'm rana sakoya partisan no and the debedu sam penpensowi but so police officers what you can say this is a political issue it's the corner so what important I say it is a problem for us.
True.
Problem, and I love what you have just said that can e bia hye sa eye ekwa ye kwa ti anapa yempe LGBTQ no sa ahokeka no ene no kredie no ene adaje no yemfa nhye adwuma ni ho ifi adokore no kura yenka
galamse ayese
yensu becoming a country of too much dishonest people, lazy mind people who don't want to work but they want to make money.
Because again said the car said traditional area be any Ghana high so LGBTQ nioma etum, and because of that nintono and the fact that constitution is sign in traditional and our cultural laws and rules etumuno menye sure say traditional area be anso wa ha nananom as custodians of our your friend is saying omonsa se ni omus tools ene sa nioma no nananom so ebe makwan ate ase yensuo ensei and as sa ansase no ensei through galamsey and that angst na ya chere against LGBT.
We've corrupted we've corrupted almost every facet of what we are doing in this country. That's why me kato say hini kra no yo omo we say so mudi hini wo by the politics intino it me change near the 6 adanyo bi 9. It's unfortunate and then asori kra no amanyo sema huni faso ako ura soy them and the school mo frank kitin my warning school teachers me last week me cape it will expose them with the classroom with politics kolan kitin pieces for
sir
yes
political
no government they are teaching them very evil things that against a political party. Now unfortunately for them now, you be in my womb. Oh, and this one, the school authority, we've had a very good conversation. You know, it's been calmed. But my catch them. So, who teacher Nina or Basa or the Mamma, the social studies was we. Mass English, culture, whatever was we. It's more teachers says, my agents, no. I'm about to send your man, Mauya Ghana need to be a proud Ghanaian. Now the master say at that age, no.
Polluting obedient.
More class 63, no. And that me assure that is your last warning.
We say, Obi, you told us to be citizens. I saw about 2 guys pushing down street lights at Free Zones Road to Pong roundabout. I called the police 911 and 191. No answer. What's the police direct number, please? Now, is there no be shada boni trimu pose Okusum street light out of form?
There be suma no yi movement e wo mi na. No sum say Osmo na ko trade bi.
Alright.
No sum say obi na sa na sum no.
We say, Obi, greetings to you and Omanhene. The lights that went off in the 2 major cities in Ghana, Kumasi and Accra, must have been investigated by our national security operatives. It was just sabotage. This MPP government must be serious. Our security head is sleeping.
Certain mentalities. That's why I made the say Dafiamapo. I really like your weapon about I think so. That's what I say. We are too suspicious of every move. Your genuine problems with the electricity, our power system,
on the supply side.
Problems. No coffee. A true DA near Kushisem no way for too much. We're very dishonest. We really deal in pettiness. Downfall of a man, and then you pay. And you may bokro na nipa edini pa onfel de bia yesusu se okuku seku na bia na se ye hwehwe se bibi be si na obi be to for me de bia your mindset is so bad. That is why obi na your black stars require you can what the black stars require akwa so political say obi ene se black star cry kudin kunima ene eye Ghana ni ya me go ka say NDC ni na ko Ghana ni ya Blaster Ekodi Kunim.
Endingu.
The Engu from Kra because if a president no Krano, or no name of the Kujina, me of an idea from Basana. I
the blaster and
Sacra. And say,
where's LOB? I am Richard from Tantai, Accra. It's my prayer every day that the LGBTQ bill should not be passed. It will be a tag on MPP for the rest of the party's life. Our grandparents suffered slave trade, and this shouldn't be our modern slavery. Thank you, sir. But why shouldn't it be passed? Do Obompire or say or no Obompire say me pass, and that is an quiet tag about MPP so for the rest of the
no, so when Obiama, yes, so Yame, now Ohunimobo. So what I say. So, what you could not Kurimbo. And I'm so Tim I say, Emmo, now Bovia. Obi,
please educate me on this. If Vice President Bawumia selects Napo as his running mate, would there be a new primary election at Menchia South? God bless you, Ben Asante, CEO. Okay, so God bless Dr. Benjamin Asante, CEO of Ghana Gas from Ewua East Legon. It is yes, sir. If Napo is named. Instantly, what it means, they say I was an MPP, they replace UOB.
Are you sure?
So what would they do?
Why? What is wrong? We are running major. Why do you vacate your position? Does it affect your parliamentary duties? And how we are running major, does it affect your parliamentary duties?
No, there be some Nipane Patre say now Napo has been elected as parliamentary candidate for 2024 elections. On Katisia no MP.
Oh, okay. Says
on say MPP PC for 2024.
Yeah. But we are not quite a Makudi the party's constitution on that matter.
Oh, of course. Of course, they said the party will decide. Says or power Napo.
Well, but we on two things, Obi. First one, you be Ghana month as you celebrate, you know. Ghana for men man also treat your money. Yeah, men man be abusive. Bebre adwumamu efie awade mu adesua mu they are very abusive. Most of Ghanaian men adwene bi say omo no mo ye tire no enti no bibia say omo
can be
ye da bi kan bi most
asan dey twam
me dey say this ankomo me say your Ghana month beyond this no kwan everyday life and ne be ma obu ba. Hey, and the Bema won't mean your supportive say, we one who say on no sin kola intade o dware nkola no or no aduane just pra holo ke kana paper TV is ke a problem but EPL and GPL crowd EPL obeka na to so now the BSC general air now now here is so for no team freezer why it's abuse members should be or ego no ye too much utia uye nipa jitum se ade mafom members no so mo pese ma be di mo so e wa brabom ni adwuma mu no na lie mu ye kolo
true
mu ye kolo it members so mu so mentality say oba ba me na ko school as there bi Pentecost ni ba no why na ndano we kinkan na bakosem no hwe ni monyam e ma abusua no e ma ne ma oba wo mo and Pentecost asafo no women can go even beyond when we men yebe do let's allow them that space. Let's encourage them because for Baba could Nico Jabia. One for Nipa Bear Diasa. Who for Bema also a co barrier, it's over qua barrier, no quabacosa. Yanya Buafo. Now, and so many young man in your member, some cosa a immunia memana, or Moya Gianni, and almost see or in your man. Namoka can some cases to order your taba, what you say when you're Ghanaian, which is Ubema soon, why you're not acquiring this, I don't moon soon casa, Nama you're not quite.
Yeah.
Obi, it's beautiful. A Juma will pay your bar. You never mark a carry boom so. A money be so on there. A money be so hot there. And a carry boom say, oh, can one who is in on 31. No matter the situation, because a member so person ye dear Timmy Kong can year on a my uncle fat and it's a massive in common at national and you're very smooth and cool because women they hold the key. They can make
and no one some more bad in an unpody a day. Why would you want to hit a woman? How? Let me tell you, cry name. Maybe a
about frustration. Maybe a Dianational, who was what the number of Conatos, also you chop money 50 days into Timmy Bob Barsuman to see from it. Oh, bounce you.
Now, only my dear Baquia, me dream who I meant to say that I am Mema. Omufri abontin kofi na aduane ni ho ana omubu afu me dey am ntiase e bia me dey me aba me ntiase o
ya gna papa o dey isi no me ntiase se okoro why you talk money 56 at 200 on the nkola 2 na sika na o yiri so no ono onhwe ho aduane o why 50 ba ope kotodwe na enantwe bia e dey didi women suffer.
I didn't make you want to say,
especially
or to me, and you're now buff. I mean, how should you be angry?
Women suffer, especially a man, in your man, a minimum. I will just like that. Deliberately, or more decided some irresponsible fathers. Women are suffering in silence. Say, Mamma, when you said the cost of Ghana in human, a fear, sorry, Miami, who media, and dancing and Casa. We'll be amazed what women know.
But I mean, the last thing you want to fight your wife on should be food. Now, you know, Adriani also will be Adriani. In fact, the cheapest of all, and one more crime be a problem. What they call a bank quantity, cutting quantity, rare quantity, on my own. A group for the debby, I owe you on my problem. It is a Bobby Tajin is anyone on quite a member. Tease that to call her why you that quite. If you walk around there, last should the cheapest on him, Obona and quantity Siwa, name watch it too. No, surely Jenim Pa, now who are saying, and I'm not down. A bit him damn question. Oh, we beam the man, oh, yes. Everybody should him how they hold their husbands. Before, but how do you go about it? How do you go about it? No my you more brazier ne or more sabi panties ne amwase asense bedroom basa and go to your bedroom muntie mo. Mema so you shoes e can the good bedrooms. Now what proper you see this Ghana man you can correct all these things. Yes.
Yani a man kasa yan chere ma de hia na sefata. Yama buoni ani die mra so ni ferie yen siesie ye fie uko obi private year
obi bedroom
the bedroom
I say
over be say echen yen call abrem no room divider no sardine corned beef titus geisha akasha na si vivo bebre ye ndi na expire that is na chance bebre Paris boy na si bebre ura obi fia am say ho na odi museum aba simple things mo manye obi bear sheet wa dash almost be 18 months ni on say bear sheet on say bear sheet no wo ware unu kuru be ma say your boss say yi it's man also be semo bear sheet very important obi a panties for over 2 years e dey hia na ho kire go a e dey hia na ho kire member no boxer shorts
1 week
that
dey be dream
omo
etimi dware say the same boxer shorts
obi use towel is getting to 6 years towel opeja towel ni ba bontis ya obi who say towel who a kire sa brush kwa the Jackson na man 24 Jackson brush we treat over 1 year
adey
what is it be our mama nyasem na sa blue economy na mayira kwa no
that dey say ka say emema ne nso boxer shorts no oman o hye na udware wi aye nsan hye bio wo ye nkama amanfo nte ase boxer short ye nsan hye bio udware wi say the same boxer shorts
obi say ye ni how abna progress ye nya abotre kakra man abna program ni o say eh na dey baby e na media na am take say ni bra badodo ya live say dey asem kra ni honorable Ahwesi Kwabena Asante no waka no we dey asem pa ni you know some of Brian Boabe say we dey nyame adom o kani no we bia no butu takrade into the only problem bia na e man no so amokocho ba come to nwane ko se mu fi mu nya careful e ma dodo na akocho ba dai Jackson amokocho ba ko ton kwan no ya ko se ayini amabisa
omukunu ni mu hu
dodo na kunu ni to mbeba na omukunu easy uye mistake e man nyadoa so on fa nyadoa ni nkruma on fa nkambo ministry ana control me ontwitwa na on fa katoa wono na on fa amane ne sa na man fa nya control ministry ana say rere onchi
na McBrown na McBrown movie bia na ni kunu enya ne namfofo afia brochira ba na watu omuko wa se chale ne yire aduane indios oze ne yire nya nkaten kwan da na ma so kwa ware na aduane no onim aduane ye wo de fie no ntre fie chale nkaten kwan no ye unim unze nkate ne sa na ground na sa wa anya mo anya ne ene gu nsuo ne watwitwa nya aduane na ne kru no waje jim kwan no ma ne si wa obi so da osan kwan se nsuo ne nkate nkwa
oh chale emanu ya ka wenyina no so no ya se oba pa de una oni ukuru yem ko dire bia me ka rexoma o ire pan ko si afisem hata if se afisem nya ntomago if so oba kwase ayo kasafo ti bonkoso you know yes awade be ya na free
omo de aware mu nsem kwa abonti
de koso ofie bia da abonti de koso ofie bia the Ekosofia, the value system in this country, as a maintenance, we celebrate this Ghana month.
Yeah, it's true.
So what I say, now Monsieur and Yanene ye, Menkada wa uti show this atroga, Menkada udi diegu, a cocatoro ni pair, obin yeno and come for name, and moving a while, a bolo. You know, when you know, no, I bet your crawford, I bet you no Ghana area, ever holding no ferry. You know,
Eluboni we do me friend prakali.
Prakali.
Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire for Adrian, but Elubo for prakali very nice. Very nice.
Let's be proud.
Very nice.
So let's be proud.
Check avec poisson là-bas.
Oh yeah, that way we dey poisson là-bas. They be French back parlement for we them. Copier more be of Paris na kwa. Yeah, so bien am say that day je mention ça French no be kind na. Yeah, na train be beat na sta. Say na be na obi di takati French be frame na say kasa so hia. Obi di poisson et le tout là ça na ya dirty e da farmer. Then you koro.
Where's Obi? Once I saw a woman pounding fufu with a baby at her back and the husband fidgeting with the phone. I asked the man why he isn't helping, and below was his response. Tio, Osei, she, na may chop money no
Look at this.
in the honor of the phone so and oban nkwan phone and the back strapped at her back or say Obi I was so shocked Dallas I agree where say Obi many people create a lot of noise about being gay solely for the purpose of seeking asylum and visas. I have a friend who went to the US through Mexico and used being gay as a basis for seeking asylum, and it was granted in less than 6 months. Brian Boabain Samuel, Edie Enonon. We say Obi, I am not Prophet Kumchacha, but I foresee the president not assenting to this LGBTQ bill into law. Obi, I will bet with you my February tithe. Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo will not assent to the bill. Kindly wish JDM, Ghana's incoming president, and Amasaman incoming MP, set them Afenyo a glorious new month. Richard Ewo Amasaman. We say Obi, $3.8 billion in 5 years is nothing. We can raise through taxes in 12 months. As a holy Christian country, let's move on. Tony Nkrumah Boateng from Takwa. On the way up.
Wish your home. Now, I home. Now, you're truthful to ourselves, you're honest to ourselves, and let's believe that Ghana, you know, with a positive mindset, a positive thinking, an election year. You're mindful of our utterances. We have a responsibility as election headquarters.
A big one.
So we have a responsibility.
A big
one.
So
a man yourself for no more makwenya. Emo mumfa enada ne tro. Ene kasa e hontie, kasa e bokrubo man. Embedi enim sa afia battery. Whilst we urge especially the Peace Council, Electoral Commission, and all other major stakeholders. Say onsu ni omo ban ene omana montuo at this point should be a reflection of any asumdwe ese pepepe. So I entreat all of us, all Ghanaians. We only have one Ghana. That emaye maye ho kwan. Emma one na ya manyo se mo ye dom kuma bi no. En for manu kasa enye papa en fam papa mu ene titi mu emma yentem. Ko ye abusua baako enia baako enye wo Ghana baako. Baby onam bia no yire ho so be an ambassador of Ghana. Odi animonyam ene nhira ebebro man no. Na susufo ano ka bususem. Se o ya NDC na opetumi aba. Speak to the realities. And for bususem to Ghana so. We MPP ni na person tena be ma. Speak to the realities. And for nada enchire emma. So that we movement in here and now we cheddar and I say we a doctor a bakuna or president now and our palua speak to the issues. The moment we start speaking to the issues, the space that will be left for Sabi Ubidi Ubiatem will be very minimal. That will be a bit more contained. Then we can move on as a country.
Obi, it's very good you guys are hitting on these topics. Now all our ladies want is pizza and Chinese food.
3 seconds.
Some like fried rice. The moment a lady starts that attitude, you know they cannot cook. Shameful generation, and I can boast as a man, I don't know which food I cannot cook.
Yeah, of course.
Those who know me know my kitchen prowess. Say God will say what I'm for. Then you only your mind.
And the day be share how
and the Adriana Mobe no ade ejabetom. Into only your mind in a pe. Where say Obi, please ask Omanhene, did he attend a boys' school? We cannot resist the boxer soul. My senior told us a man must look ugly and stinky. All men who attended boys' school love one boxer short.
Nobody right now very good.
It is not true. That's not boys' school.
I mean, because sometimes
St. John's School for university may say Commonwealth for 4 years.
For the sake of a certain foolish euphoria, it is sometimes will be. But the moment you get out of that, you have to. And let's work.
No, you cannot as a man or boxer short in your 5. How? Boxer short, your minimum 50. Baku 50 minimum.
Dear Bufu Kwano say almost had a chile. Now you feel say pacha. And you your mom. You your mom and then also when you mean do bia na ya smell no. So what I say. Nyame hu ye you see a local anka. And more bia ntizi obi. We all have deficiencies. It's good.
Ade ba ko e ya
no. So I say we all have deficiencies.
And as hard and so minim say ebi won ho a wan kasa
sometimes it's difficult.
Wa won
I had to say center by any pen. One you careful.
Ebi wa won
yes won take. Na me manya na say they introduce me to dentist. Obi me say question na me use our process. You can't say missing a problem. Can't say it's good, but no matter be how to pay, how to all those things. No, you know, you pay easy way out too much.
And I'm making our house will be or we did 25 years, we did 30 years. Unko who dentist.
Debbie. Hey, Debbie. Na me okwa ho bejiru.
Masa, me say so omo dey screen is show. O sinim na wo hu o se picture o screen so wo be dwane. E be o say sorry ni dwane. In the dentist they at least every 6 months.
And advise them
every 6 months.
Advise them when ni waso
o sin in particular. Of course, in particular, every 6 months, dentists they also every 6 months.
Well, I'm for platform so every week be a year for at the for. O sin
on question that we did 30 years.
So na man when ni
we see.
Some you the normal be share be ye na se for.
This year they at least visit a dentist. Kwasha was o kwani they will see ye screen it say me manu ni.
See because na say no be dey kire wa o be say asese me say we dey make am we dey temporal e bia to we do dom dia.
Yes.
Na me copper strips so no achi ya ba bia kofi. Yes me we temporal me maza me to one na me refi mo. Me dey to one na back etutu gu menu say. Me friend doctor me say to joke menu. You know?
Ani your sabote say. Ani sabote. Oh, okay.
Dominic, we say no politics move. But what quarter crowd or no what crowd. Also, what did I continue?
Oh, yeah. I don't know a national executive.
But what coin in
that first
vice. Even beyond the first vice, he was very vocal. There was system in
power. Not urban news file, pa. Oh. I was also starting by news file.
Dominic no document.
Oh, Dominic, or they start me eba. But man, unim say, waba for a very important assignment. Okay. But answer no, ani your sabute say, hey Obi, did you say a minimum of 50 boxer shots? Charlie, hustling life for uni will force you to be mad by hook or crook.
I'm telling you.
As for the jeans and bed sheets, we kept them years until we dipped them into water and they never came back. Yeah, but at least I think say minimum at least 50.
Now the me brother or US as your mama rehosa Obi or only a video call to us be 3 days.
Yes.
It ye be am Brian. What's come here. Let me out the front and bed sheet back we are now that's some
into young guys na mutie invest in yourselves.
Yes.
Unze be brain now so nim saade no. Into well boxer short ne bo onhye da anyi hu sa.
Obi ye unya ne can courtesy for boys and girls.
Yes.
And then on minim says I book kiti no. Say bi wo honom dia.
Your personal grooming you obi ho na bodwe ni pon keep ni clean kakra. Afu pasa na no hu afu basa.
Say dey see kasa nyenti na sometimes school si bo. Say we gay o mutimi bluff for so. Say dey o si nante o si kasa oni pem. Say dey o si dress say
it says so be hu a it takes 18 seconds and you can form impression about you. 18 seconds. And when you form a first impression, aka. Into ya I am presenting who ye boxer short a fin at how obi hand ne trouser 10 up Hawaii how obuano basa. I mean I don't phone just animal way. And it doesn't cost much.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost too much.
Yeah, because it will be education. All kasa hospital call they are general check no also unisika by itma for 1 month a cost to almost 1,800 Ghana cedis. Why yeah
obicha in the young who san you man especially mo boxer shorts
no minister your buy yeah any pa no or the message by here send the kwan oba so an because minister visit asenso bo achieve visit
okay
any pay okay
any osaboti
and say minister be fa kwan so
no I think the last time he who asenso okọ motorway you know, almost started for I don't know say or talk also call Pram Road because I don't see a very critical very important road. Man unim say ochina dwumadi kese bi baso British Council Hall na for omo enim na last week ye di hu nkomo ye me moderate no ye di hu nkomo wa ha last week enti enne enunti na ye maame ahofeni ababeka ye hu ewa ha Susan Edua Mankwa
yeah me who mo you know artwork No,
Susan the drama in the public lecture, Joy News, an amalgam of professional bodies, and I put it together this public speaking event. Topic, no man, say the Fourth Republic. Topic is has the Fourth Republic delivered faith, leaders, and good governance.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Faith, leaders, and good governance.
Okay.
In the say Fourth Republic woman, Nyoma edisi and see now the role of faith leaders, and when a Christopher a Christopher Cremofor traditional Obia faith leaders in so role have they played that role to satisfaction? Main speaker near friend Theodore Albright.
Okay.
Now ono kase wia ye benya panel discussion. In the panel discussion here wo Abe Kusego.
Okay.
And ye mami Suzanne Edu Amankwa ono so eka a panelist
now I'm not surprised. Vast knowledge.
Yeah.
And the Okati across administration behind, you know. And I'm about to say something.
In the Abaso of British Council, 6:30 p.m. Pepe. Na yashe asye. Auntie Susan Akwaba na Oteden.
If I will be mayor, I will treat you. Yes. Ube to na ko fanti language into us. Ube to me.
Oh, me to me.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Fanti. Omanhene. Me to me pa. Auntie Bibi Aboko. Eda nyame ase. Nti wona ho se wo hu wa chere no sisi e wo hin. Edo ho atel kakrewa.
Not really.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Very active.
Very active in maybe not partisan politics, but politically still very active.
That's nice. In Nyame Admoch, I mean, I was surprised pleasantly though. Muhu de eka panelist no, because I've listened to you on News File. You know, mate, I loved your contributions and all of that. When I was really surprised. Let me see, Nanti Susan Oshawa, and that's the same thing Omanhene said. Enti Nyame Admoch Ghana for war bar British Council Hall. What should they expect in Portugal?
Well, Mitch said they should expect a no holds barred. I mean, we will talk freely as we ought to about what we feel their faith leaders were, you know, their contributions to our governance system, whether they've done well or they haven't done well, and. It may not be so clear cut. I mean, like all things in life, it may not necessarily be black or white. Me assure that I can say a drink. There are places that are able to marble so that okay, why is there? Then there are places that one, you know, they have not lived up to expectations. So there, we expect so much from them. And see, you know, there are certain places what to sin kakra 1 year and we have taken note. We feel that there's always room for improvement. And see, it's now a balanced discussion. Yes, a conversation. You know, talking about it. Maybe we will be able to also put people looking in a certain direction. I want what faith leaders should do and can do to help us in this country. And see, I expect a very interesting conversation and riveting conversation.
Yeah. But generally, say yes, Fourth Republic, and I've asked this question elsewhere. At the end of the day, what is the kind of expectation we have from our faith leaders? Because once we establish the kind of expectation, then we know they one live to expectation, another one live to expectation. Of course, the generally they are the moral conscience of society, and we expect them to speak when moral issues come up and all of that. Should that be enough?
Oh no, it's not enough. They're just but the underlying things that there should be an ethical basis for everything that we do, and of course, morality and ethics. They're twins. And see, they have an ethical duty to look at the ethics of all the things that we do in governance. They should be a backbone that we can fall to and know that what Asama Wabakan or impartial. There should be impartiality in their posture, in the way they present issues, everything, because in a very polarized society that you know, beside say NDC na MPP, and I'm like, really? This country is not just two shades of color. But this is the kind of polarization I from her, and our expectation above everything else is that your faith leaders will be impartial and they'll be above it. And people put a lot into. They may make mistakes in terms of other things. When you're sure about they are not angels, so you cannot expect that infallibility. That's not them. But we can expect impartiality. We can expect that from them at least. Fairness from them. We you know, our bad sides, but or fair. And so or fair pa it's not or kasa. You give that person audience because in him there nibakon asam no bakan or fair. Why who deep thought, who looked at all the sides of the issue and the consequences of whatever or can asem. And that's what we expect from our faith leaders. You know, other things okay, faith leader why jump red lights. You know, that's wrong and you don't expect that, but you may forgive that. But impartiality, no. We can't forgive that. We don't want to compromise on it, especially in a very polarized society in which we find ourselves. Because, sir, yet who are the ones who will calm the situation down? Impartial, no way fair. They are the ones who will calm the situation down. They are the ones who when they say, please, let's stop, let's breathe, let's move in a different direction. Yebete. So 1 year impartial, and that's you would what to sin in that aspect, sir. Then we are doomed.
But with them impartiality, would you rather me a faith leader? The country is polarized. It can be you are speaking for A and you are speaking against A. In terms of my phone, I just concentrate on my flock. Me preach me baby. I don't get involved in one governance, national politics issue. Them they expect they will bear.
But that is so wrong. Because silence is an answer. Silence is a conversation. I mean, people think that silence on Kashmir. Silence speaks very loud. Say people to sin na say ese bet na one enkasa. It's an answer in itself. It's something said in itself. And of course, you see that the thing about the consistency. So if it is fair, even the people who you may speak against, when they sit, they may see the fairness of it. When the other side also does something, it's now you know, consistency with your fairness. Yes, say fair, impartial, consistent with it. You get it up. Because when you're there, as American, you know, or above board. And see, even though maybe as you start in the beginning, but if you are consistent in your in
public commentary,
in your public commentary, in when it is wrong, when it is not about who is wrong, it's about what is wrong. Okay. Because who is wrong changes, but what is wrong doesn't change. If it is wrong, it's wrong. It's wrong. That's massive. And see, if you are consistent in that now, I think that you begin to get that kind of leverage and that kind of respect and everything. And that's what we want to see.
And I love the bit about not who is wrong, but what is wrong. That's powerful. And see, nyame adomo a otsena and I said you made but in the way just a foretaste of what to expect tomorrow 6:30 p.m. and by 6 near Yeshia our British Council Hall here in Accra. Now the public lecture way Abamedican say main speaker is all set Theodore Albright and Ebekasa. Ochina, I would introduce all of them to you. You get to know who Theodore is. You are now a panel, not nase na ya brobron seminars, and then we would open the floor for a Q&A session. Timua Mabanon, so won't be BRC and we will our contribution be now on so there. But it will be a beautiful conversation. Ochina, please mark tomorrow in your diary. Not Ochina Yenina Yenshia, our British Council Hall, 6 p.m. Pepe Yenina Yatnase near the Jumediano. To me, as says, yours truly will be moderating the event. Topic Nibio Faith Leaders and Good Governance. Has the Fourth Republic delivered? Very, very powerful topic. Auntie Susan, final word Eddie Jawana would say, and Ochina Yeshiana Yatuado. Yeah.
And we call ourselves a secular country, but our faith is really a part of who we are. Well, I'm not even going to talk about our religiosity because we are religious, but we are not that spiritual. Because if we say that we want to be the majority, I was 71%, were Christ-like. If they were actually Christ-like. I mean, where we find ourselves, we will not see it. It's not enough to quote Bible. Even the devil quotes the Bible. It's Bible quoting. It's not really, and it's not enough to say how we put it. Worship one day in 7. It's 7 days lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. It's not a 1 day in 7. That's not about it. It's about our lifestyle. It's about be an empathy for each other. Loving each other. Sometimes one bit. Says I say. And it is all of us, because as I'm making it, trotro driver, he will cut you and then use the shoulder of the road and do the wrong thing. It is circumstances, trotro driver. If that same person found himself as a minister, he would do the same thing. It's just the different circumstances. And so that it is not just all about leaders being bad, but even as citizens, we are not the same. If the roles were reversed, we will be bad. And it just shows that we our values as a people is wrong. It's non-existent, because you would think that say a you won't do some of the things. You won't cut the person. You won't say you would feel it and say, oh no, this is not how I would want to be responded to if I did something wrong. But because we have no empathy for each other, we have lost our values, that we have. And our faith leaders, having that space, even in a secular country, ought to have done much better with us. Maybe they need to sit and find out why is that we still have all this going on, and yet our churches are filled to the brim every Sunday. People are taking. What is it that? Why are we not getting to the people? In a way, because I think it was Jonah who was sent to preach to Nineveh, and he refused to go. And God said, no, you was forced to go. And when he went, the people repented. And here to this point where me I sure that young coffin will preach quite. We are like Sodom and Gomorrah. We will even be sorry for ourselves. You have to be careful. Oh God. Honestly. And say you have to be careful. Our faith leaders have failed us in that respect, and starting from the smallest unit, because that is where they should have started from, the family unit, and building upon. You understand? And so if we have failed there, it's see, there are many things that our faith leaders.
I asked a pastor friend about this issue there. Right, actually, the moral decadence in our system, the pulpit probably has failed us. his retort was that Munsha rather without the pulpit where we would have been. It is onye sorry na, onye mosque na, where would we have been? If even with the presence of the church, the presence of religion in the sense can you imagine for a second our country without our faith leaders, without the church, without the mosque?
I mean, we can all imagine that, but it will be futile. It will be indulging ourselves in some absurdities. You see, we have them. The important things, we have them. Have they, have they been able to steer us in a certain, direction? And is there hope that it can be done? And but what can they do? Are they thinking about it's not just about using their pulpits, but because if using their pulpits is the only thing, I'm sure that, we will be a lot better than that. But there must be another way of reaching out to us, to get us to actually, turn from the error of our ways and say, my neighbor is my neighbor. Is it something that, should there be an inculturation of our religions in our culture that will touch us to the core? Because people who have done well, people who have grown, have done so within their culture. Japanese people are deeply traditional people, and yet they are a very modern society also. And they are deeply traditional, and that has helped them. Look, you remember the plane thing that happened where they gave instructions that everybody should leave their things behind, and they did, and their lives were saved. Can you imagine that? Hey, and then everybody will start going, and we will end up killing ourselves. I get you. Look at when they had the tsunami. They had no riots when people were going for food, even though the rations were small. A behind there, some make a bigger ration. Into this small ration, I must do with it.
That sense of awareness, that discipline.
That sense of awareness, knowing that everybody there is enough for all of us, our need, not our greed. And I must think about my neighbor. And if you live in a society like that, yes, nobody's saying there's no crime there, this thing, but that at least there is that peace that emanates from everybody being empathetic to each other. What's why COVID now watch that is us. Really. So the religious in Kofun there, within our culture, who are we? Where can they touch a spot, that will turn us in the direction that needs to do the same? Because by and large, our religions, or some of it, have a lot of foreign, you have people who say that it was the way to ensnare us. Yes, it was a way to ensnare us. We've been ensnared. But what can we use it for the good of our people? And inculturation is very important. So, because nananum now was some nyame didao. Onye abafuna obeche nyame. We did. But they brought a certain way about going about it. How else can we instill worship God in the way that we want to do as Catholics, in the way we want to do as Methodists, in the way we want to do whatever, but within our culture? Your faith leaders will wait.
Jumad will be part. And tomorrow, God willing, we would also suggest ideas and ways we can all get out of this mess, moral decadence we find ourselves in. In the Ochina, you have no option than to be at the British Council Hall. Free, and you be a Jiska into Uba free 6 p.m. near Nayatnase, 6:30 pepe penejumediano, ashe into Monshan and so. I mean, 2 hours pepe penny bibia na ubie timia kwakwa ne juma. So Nyami Admochna yin na yin shia. Auntie Susan the Duaman Kwa will be there. Abe Kusego be there, Theodore Albright will be there, and yours truly would moderate the session. I think Yadase, Nyame Adomochna, Yebeshia, or I, Yadase Pa, Nyame Shaw. Thank you for passing through. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Moma Yentia Wemra, Yaba, a discussion segment, no, Yade Ebesha Swama, said the American Akano. We will have 3 gentlemen in our studios, lawyer Chumberima Atik Mohammed and lawyer Andy Kwame Apia Kubi would also join us. Now, anyone wait to me, Edin Komo, on the discussion segment. You want to stay with us here on the show. Yeah, WhatsApp number, and it's a 1 file message, Emma, yeah, 548 443 523 0548 443 523. Ansana mekono me pacho ma memfa we ntwemma mutew na fe matoa so syntax say menkancho se mo amo pe tank e dia store insuo tank me chere water tank or tank na would insuo agum na isiu fie kama syntax ewo tank ni bi edema emfa ho ene the preferred color of tank awope. Syntax has got it for you. What guarantees you need, syntax will be the amount. What kind of inner layer wope say double, triple, quadruple, as many inner layers you want, syntax has got you sorted. And to kaisa se ba insuo hun semen kwa dia, syntax has it. Syntax tank strong, tough. There were over 300 agents nationwide. To order a tank, call this number 0244 335 168 0244 335 168. And visit Syntax on social media at Syntax Ghana or shop online at syntaxgh.com. Syntax tank strong, tough. And to one na omunhwe emwao ewo sa kwan so enenso CBG di asem de bia ba CBG ye Consolidated Bank Ghana asem de ne eni so we salaried worker we obi a oje bosomi aketua na uhia financial support ansa na wo next pay aba uhia ska bi de atwa ho ansa na wo next pay check aba me pa chew uhia sika to solve an urgent financial need. CBG say payday loan no eba edema. You can access as much as 85% of your monthly salary in advance. In the ebetime o salary at the end of the month, emu 85% you be forwarded the amount, in advance. And our salary ne craba. Now your amount 30 days window for repayment. In the amount of 30 days to pay. Secure as much as 20,000 Ghana cedis in just 2 business days with no collateral. TNO. You can access as much as 20,000 Ghana days in just 2 days, 2 business days with no collateral. And visit any of our 114 branches nationwide or kindly reach out to our customer center on 0302 216 000 0302 216 000. And also you can follow us on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, and then on X. You can follow us there. Na CBG. And your email address in Suni, talk to us at cbg.com.gh. T's and C's apply. CBG, we stand with you. Into a more boy in papa and the Ekosiisen Jumedi Premo. Adofonum yenyi asumuntie we emra simabe mienu. Na Atik Mohammed waha Chumberima ewaha lawyer and Honorable Andy Apia Kubi Esquire and so ewaha yedin komo after this short break. Stay with us.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better.
Sami no pa. Kale Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. And me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me si fitai go so na me sre a. Eya wanwan hu. Me de Kale Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban. E free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Me de magical Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me use na no pa. Ya na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na aguso.
Enkane no ane ma me num di bidie twitwiri yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba ma mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kale happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
Hello, spare driver. Send this nana.
Oh, boss, me de car na kopi mu.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, na one year insurance no.
Charlie, me nyam ranko you. Na wose me ko efuom.
Ubetumi ya insurance we fuom ho.
Na face so wose me san ko market.
Ka ubetumi ya insurance no wo market ho.
Na wose me san so nu enu reduane ma me yire o.
Boss, kitchen wa no ubetumi ya insurance ho.
Ah, na me da ye.
And one is say obe send WhatsApp akoma obaya wo 0242 426 396. Na wa for Provident Insurance so aboa wa ye wo car insurance ama wo WhatsApp so. Bebiara wo bia.
Enti bebia.
Bebia. Say ubetumi ya wo car insurance bebia ni abrebia wo WhatsApp so. Send a message koma obaya wo 0242 426 396 and ya.
Providence dear, man you're covered.
Senior unsi how tie biano. Uhia Syntex tank o. Free say Syntex tank to me jine ewium sakra ye bia. Empire ne bono so ye kama say. Unim say Syntex tank ne di kan ye double layer tank Ghana. Unim so say Syntex tank Korea ene di kan ye tank emu da hokai. Emu fite. Na say si adie ubeti chere size, color, type biara wo be Syntex tank be yama. Na nini ne chino ekita 7 years warranty o. Umpewe na open dien. Frakra e was 0244 335 168 Kumasi 0505 555 666. Syntex tank emu da hokai. Syntex tank you strong you tough.
How baby. And more than him, drink a banana out of the last week.
Novus coconut milk drink.
What is stevia? And how would the bear to a mudawai? I'll frame your num then, man. Novus coconut milk drink. Man, being country. Hey, yeah, Misso, by and more than him. When I was Shahono, can you resist Novus coconut milk drink? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, how many John? Novus drink no flavors ni na so no mo coconut chunks edi dem eti egu ni mo e ye feeling eno enema ne ye crashing no
Novus our different flavors. Original flavor, melon, banana, pineapple, and a mango. Oh, come on.
Novus range of drinks in a kama. Novus coconut milk drink. Menoma, na me hwa sepemi.
Na when we padudua, ubenya biwe. Ube friend Novus Industries and Trading Limited. 0533 733 028. FDA.
Asante zidia kesi agana fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware o. Efisa me to me kai ma sesa battery me de wo. Ko sesa me discover power jet battery. What? Me kai nya me si kwa mu bi. Me ni battery issue to kwanta ba ye o. Enti sese de me ni power jet battery ambassador. Me mo na nkrofo ka kwa so ma me jump o mo de. Na maka for power jet battery mo hu se. Battery mu gwa hodo. Power jet car battery. The Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba. Omo Shalom Sport runabout. Wo community 18 Sprinters Road. From 0208 090 789 and 0242 314 774. Obenya Bisu Shama, Kuana so, Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi, battery shop will be a wabusoka. Kumasi, Kwame Choba Enterprise, Pampaso, and a battery shop will be a waswame mazi. Amako, Macro Junction, Elfi Kaswako Winiba Junction, Swadro, Magazine, Takra, the Jasepa Bia, Power Jet Battery Day, Power Jet Car Batteries. Oh, put that day.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yesterday with you?
Kwame, I didn't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract announced to say. Living na and quadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What Jane was saying.
The contract and one nimniako. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Hey, rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and one can there. As some Ghana for.
And can you say animal dear in so a boy?
And near the Fudiachi, Nanko Toddy Bonnet, and Sundachi. Fred 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fred rocksters, now one chawuntum.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better.
Hey! Nana Bedianko! Ayamango! Aye, Jumano! And Ayamango! Homo wants an increase with libido. That's a dough bruta! That's a F for Iron Man Vital Kawan. I'm a one combo. Finching what's in your baby. For Iron Man Vital. Let you money easy. Or prostrate your canoe. No Iron Man flow. Obey Ifi and Uncle Kawan Yarame to my juice of correct. Iron Man flow. Or what to prostrate Howie. Bessiabe! Mananum. Ajawa. IFM. Oh, my Bessiabanum Cossion Comway. Oh, your baby. That's a banana peta. IFM. I'm a mouth for your food. A pedelus waiter. I slim mix. I'm a too smooth. I have our drugstore Biaramo. September 0535 400 020 Anna 0546 100 100 Anna 050 875 8701 Edria Yamanyimpa owns in Fidawachi Abatana 1 Ben a painful and gratui FDA Hapenado Aya Heba healing the
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani kunim dienkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposit ninya 300% bonus. Etu me drew 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack. Upe wena upe die. Tutumika ko register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma ube brain. Gambling ho atru tikane wa hwe ye ma wa wundi fie do what. Game commission.
Now, dear, everybody is chasing world records. So, from Singathon to Cookathon. Me too. I am also setting my own record in Watchathon with my Go TV. 24 hours of non-stop quality entertainment, unlimited sports, plenty drama, and exciting kids shows. And you too can watch some on Go TV in our sweet Achedie Kesie deal for Ghana month. From March 1 to 31st, get a decoder, Go Tenor, and 1 month Super Plus subscription for only 199 cedis. 199 cedis you mess like a cra. Grab yours today at any source point and spice up your entertainment. Go TV, love it.
Say obia obekwa kochina ningo pam anemo e say you make sure say enye obia edu baby ayebeye debates e wo parliament na obechina ho e can be man ningo pam na obedwane
simpie no so aye krado agopama no na da ho no akasabu no na si ho no abato afi adru ho bio
sedia abato afi bia ye yedema wo no wo election headquarters Adom FM eni Jason Sem yen sesasa bo se no e ma osa dabi ye besi edwa ama ano babai akoso
if you ma omu gira mrase bedwa konya ade kopom ma mpese eto omu so aba won bedi mampani amanyoko mu mpanifu ahodo bo se de ye beti bi papa
na me kache no sika na omu wia no sebi sika no mafa ono ne cohort no ye beji sika no efi onsem ye de sese tabayisko bo I'm telling him
he tried to touch on the issue of integrity. Say MP wa integrity on see public facility no am say ni maame ana na ebusu ani din ento so
se wo pese ye to aba de mawa e die na waye e die na obusu a wo ye na wani so ade hunu ene sen ye to aba no e de mawa be kan ho twa so nsem e wa do 6.3 FM the big debate
e be free abaton pesua so akọ abaton pesua so na ye ne amanyoku ahodro na wo ho ni nyina no anamusifu atena ase na ye ne wo modi nkomo afa enioma e be wo ne hawo ya wo pe anu yie sankita ho na e be koso no e be buo wo mo wo sigina ye
e ya dwentoato a e ya chinyeje e ya twema menchin e be ya hyehyehye
e be senso ma wakwanya na wo so wo bisa wasema ehia wo
yo Mr. Host medawase me questions ni ye mienu pe
ya
Akoma honorable MP me pese me bisa no a very simple question
would you hu dia betrem
woni medma wa ya unja ne debate
just some the big debate and na no ye na wo pani nyina no ye de ma wo
sia me ni team ni nyina e wo constituency the big debate e ya time
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie Samsung nie Nokia nie iPhone nie say your printers or mobile phone accessories Franco Trading Enterprise afa ono ani TV aye the satellite any ultra panels abomuma
Facebook say uko Franco Trading Enterprise page na say likes number 100,000 ayo mo eni omunidwa sanso na www.francotrading.com Android app Franco Trading Instagram @Franco Trading na nipa body for adosunti Franco e di momo pay code 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1 Waterworks Nedianimre Cycle opposite Odor Rise Madina 100 meters away from the police station Kaswa Franco opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie and you're not going.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better.
New Year DBS Industries Limited for say one more board than is one free. I wanted the year free bonto. Nian sober Tom Rufish a papa. Woman dear drama sunimu biabi. One more baba boss from kama. What yashi? Ain't you waiting any jism? Woman to miss one from what the free estimate from OCCA. Accra number no 0240 844 444. Kumasi so dear 0506 004 141. Takradi 0506 004 242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee. You for so bad to Jaya. No, this year we a boy, Jenna Bedu. The 13th African Games is here. African nation, Ghana, Hayam, Yamu, Telepower, who can see our drop. If the 8th March, because 23rd March 2024, yet African Games, Accra 2023. Plus one Jenny, Asempa 94.7 FM. Jenny multimedia platforms are all on one Jairi and Yasio. Sayania Koswakra, Kumasiana Cape Coast, Tumuda, Yamau comprehensive coverage. Akasa, 18th Babia, Sihangwa. The 13th African Games, Accra 2023. Get it live.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugu so a utie no ma yena mo ase adofonom ne mamu nyina akwa babio emfa momra Ekosiisen so medin di Osei Bonsu from yobi ma menna yaboafo na sebio especially omo eboa yen ma yede mehia sem segment no ebremo power jet batteries in the end mo amoya driver for mutie yen ope car batteries papa power jet batteries D Roxon's Ventures and the abayewo Shalom Sport Roundabout your number is 0208 090 789 0208 090 789 this is a car battery edu hamo na ebia ewu oyehwe enye ye bio na wo pefoforo ato a edin e wo se ba utrim ye power jet battery the din ne honam se ebo adwuma papa ye outlet be brain so around the city in the mo amo ashaiman kowa na so ochena inti enterprise ubenya bi Accra so every battery shop e wo bose wo kan ebi wo ho Kumasi for Monko Kwame Choba Enterprise and no pampa so and Oko Swami magazine and so shop be a battery shop be a obenya biato or a makum or macro junction shop be a ubi battery shop be a biwo a free kasweko Winneba Junction Swedro Mankesim Kwakopim Cape Coast any takrade battery shop be a ubi ubusa power jet batteries ubenya bi ato. We are vegetarian na ya milk ya cholesterol ni adi wom pese wo benumbi. In fact, untimi mpo nom. Wo milk no should be 100% plant-based milk. A year lactose free, dairy free, soya free, sugar free, GMO free, na saya cholesterol free. O milk nani cocoa milk. In the cocoa milk, a 100% plant-based milk. So a vegetarian, a 100% o milk any. Because you are guaranteed plant fat, plant fiber, and a plant protein. Yeah, milk way from 4 essential plants. A be any rapeseed, fava beans, coconut milk, and an apple. Nina, very, very good for your health. Cocoa milk and so on, there were 14 key vitamins and minerals. A bit is a zinc, iron, calcium, potassium, magnesium, vitamin C, E, and the akeka ho nyina ni nyina boost we immune system no ye papa ye wo be 5 different variants cocoa unsweetened ye wo cocoa original cocoa barista cocoa super and ye mu bia de open no ubetimi ato se ya kwala na apse de mana ye de kwala de ya be friend cocoa kits a brutal men Canada FDA agiatum the Virgin Society of the UK in Swagiatum NS chemist shops in Ubenya Biato Little Georgia Community 2 Tema Ubenyabi Poku trading we dum komase and Adum Square no opposite in Sawin prison and Ubenyabi or Timiato Melcom shops in across the country Cocoa milk kibi ewo free 0274 440 180 Sawo pedodo etua Obapa product ninso Africa Queen mackerel, Obapa sardine, and Obapa tomato paste. Kai miensain na pebi toko gufie. Africa Queen mackerel, tune woman so kama. Obapa sardine and so anuncio no ede, and Obapa tomato paste, pure red. Very, very nutritious tomato paste. Unya biabebuao. And it is something saying no easy to open. And yet you hear second as a 10 catans and wait me a biweno also a stronim no watching na and one no na was saying open nyani do it to 0302 668357 Obapa tomato paste wara obe cheki. More pedan ato adofonom mesrem eni die mu a se Kingdom Home Real Estate Abamoba. Na almost over here you discover the perfect blend of quality, modern elegance, and affordability with Kingdom Home Real Estate. We cater for both local and international clients. Inti we Ghana ni wa Ghana hawa manone na opedai ato. Ye man exceptional housing options. Ebi wo ebri and ebi wo ekropon. In the Ghana farm we bruch there mutie me. ene udi sika ba na amanfo edi usika ne ade na twam bomoni ne siesie sika ne bepe dan to unya real estate company papa se Kingdom Home Real Estate quality materials somebody ye adwuma omu location nso ewo kwan ho enye de egu nwure mu baby high standard security serene environment your stable electricity nsuo wo ho your backup generators bibia kama your location nso no amount easy access to tourist sites be to say Ebri Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls, Safari Valley Resort, all of them within 30 minutes drive from Accra. Inti ye options no me kan ka say bi we Ebri and bi we Kropon. Ebri die no Ebri Girls Senior High School Kropon die nso just after Latte Junction ubehu adan ni say egu ho. Your number is 0559 671 144 0559 671 144. Inti en wo pedan ato unim say Ebri bi pone so de emfram e bo ho cry different unya dan wo ho a unyi che kama and yama nyoma ye flexible amount yes ska unya 50 to 70% down payment ye best spread the akanama over a 2-year period no wetua without interest. Amazing stuff. And a Kingdom Home Real Estate at the Eba. Your website a ubitimi akoho na wawe hu ade ye twa dan ni nyina pictures go on to kwa ubehu adan no kingdomhomerealestate.com Kingdom Home Real Estate one word.com. Kaise, it is where your dream home becomes a reality. Omo boa papa ene mo amotai eye online shopping and I say okọ shop kra kokọ tonioma wo shop se okọ na se omo wo point of sale terminal in kwan wo hode ya me pa chaw use wo Ecobank Visa card ne fatua every transaction across Africa or in Ghana. The better ways of paying bills and all of these transactions no via your Ecobank Visa card. And the next time you want to top up on fuel, dine with your family and friends, shop virtually or in shop, remember to pay with your Ecobank Visa card. You may just get some cool gift from Ecobank. It be data bundles, a Samsung tablet, cool discount or gift vouchers for shopping. And don't miss out on this amazing reward. If you don't have an Ecobank Visa card, get one today at any Ecobank branch nationwide and experience a better way of life. T's and C's apply. For 0800 003225 for further details. Ecobank, the Pan African Bank. Make us a lawyer Andy Apia Kubi or a MP Asante Achem North. Wabekansa ewo studio ha. Yesheni Matik Mohammed will join and the lawyer Chumberima would also join. Honorable mema wakwabe na yemfa nkomo no enhyehyɛ so megiri sɛ bibia yeboko
o bibia yeboko bunia
ye danyame ase na constituency te sen
o nyame adumti bibia yeboko
super na mehwɛ dressing ye ne ukɔ na
eja garamsi kakra
obende ni nyina hia yeah but I think there are some big stories. I mean the biggest parliament na moamoje proper Ghanaian family values bill no atum ene ye train so man panyin ne nsa ebe shots. Of course ohwa pressure na start air mount omo against any omo for omo encourage president say on sign omo nso air threaten say ansha na AIDS bi ne support bi yenya no na amante mo man panyin ensign. Of course, maybe say where do you stand? It will be unfair because now ka parliament one munyina muji too. I hear say obia opposite when the vote was put. But what pressure na bana? Is it something you expected?
Yes, any termin you expected se be basa. Na mo mkophobia mo kan bibi kire se meye nsan ni maye nyesa no kire se etietie nkofobia fa hodie so. Enti se san na yanye fair to them. But we are seeing so enye fa hodie nyina na eye free sa. Right bia wo pe bia there were responsibilities come and nempo sisi aye kasei already no asabrabo no unlawful your criminal
some aspect of it your
criminal code actually say unlawful canal knowledge, you know.
Yes.
criminalized by the Act. Act 29.
Yes.
Criminalizing. And already no. And I'm saying there cannot be any right coming from criminality.
Sure.
And there is a right that is being abused or threatened or truncated. And you know, because ye Ghana ye wono ye mremuno mramakwai so be gay sem lesbian sem. Enti omo ka say ye abusing for right no. I'm say sa call you misplaced because right be any ho. Enti ye nyina so ye parliament ye wo powers to legislate. Sabrino ya exercise sa power no. A constitutional power any nya any dey you know. Enti obia woni opinion no personal but at the end of the day the parliament in its totality na pass emrano
sure
and enti sabrede say president in such as said dia na abe emra Ghana SSC nyina ediso
but do you also do you foresee a challenge with the president assenting to sa bill no?
Well, president constitutional right be say obeka se emrana aba no fa bi oni anya adwin o kase oni anya adwin eso di memorandum be kire di enti a oni anya adwin o sapen o opportunity say o de be council of state say
yes
asoma bedi na mama futu na enu so aba omo nyina decide no ba na se ekoba se baby o hono a president susu de na adwin aba se Sabri had the Koise Yakbe na memorandum no chirchirasia it be back to parliament na parliament a hwɛ the president akano na say amendment bi hu hia na yes amendment na Asante back to parliament back to the presidency na president in such as here enti senior emranity no sa ne be kwaye be fa
na mo sign so opportunity say o ka say on sign based on so a mutimi invoke mo inherent powers, veto powers, to push it through with 2/3, right?
Yes. Sir, constitutional provisions, Article 106 and 108. And the Chile first bills no mujma. Now 108 no say Mrano a consequence be national person.
Sure.
No and say a yemra crapo. You need who to me
say a private members bill.
Now say akwi side determination fortunately no speaker and the constitution they say to me no I should say
to make that determination whether it is a charge on the consolidated fund.
Now said the speaker no ankasa dey no ko no wa ono ma hu kwema yakoye there is a presumption of exercise of that discretion say any bibia wo public person so and this here twem ho dia na who say
but that presumption is rebuttable.
Presumption is rebuttable, but the fact is say or no mandate to exercise side discretion. And it is a rebuttable. We go back to him. I can say be a mistake here. Opening one or 2 minutes on success which is say effect to a national person and otherwise. Enti come on, na minim say near a funny summer man bedroom baby a bedroom there. Say Sanko hobby wa enya ne dey so because it needs to so bia etiem kwenu and fortunately no sometimes you be na constitution you trasa one have can say from so be na buy but when you balancing act be na even constitution say nipa no a ye ka kire so onye dwuma no enye onu na ditumi na he say on ka say ade we benya so public persons it is hard to me na speaker and it is a speaker no exercise the mandate no president no need to me say obeka say the speaker can only nyadwi it yakubana sadia na chese 2/3 majority no beto no ni ato eko and to be honest with you some mrawe ye owi send your wadi ka kan no both sides of the house no kai some months back me akra na me jina parliament me jina me na so ka speaker say ye nyina yitum enti abare de ye nkwanim e ma speaker jina so say asema and the appear could be kind say obi o ha oni ne nyadwen a on kan na man so na man kwa man kra bi Obia so
man nsa so
and it ready chira ne say obia ne nyina ya gbe na mra da was me who Ghana needs politician bia obetimi anya kukodu agina aso de aka say emra we de bintiase eche say Ghana fo nyina ye susum ewo enti sa wonko akosore say bintiase dia 3 years to primary say
na so primary
7 December na keu sure enti ye susum ni ye mane ni amamre no ani sa edwuma ko enti ye nyina na
it is here because say omampanyin so ye the embodiment of ye nyina aspirations no you believe say Sadia we are cutting the tables when also or trains so
ne wo mo ani say omampani woni ono ankasa will de wo ho
sure
ne mum sabre ya ye de parliament fo nyina de krata beto media enye ono ankasa na will mum ye mra so na ogina de idea so na say mra ne show say ya so opinion sabre de enye de wo pe de mra no pe na senia ye ken say tumi o wa ne say obeka say ha say mintiase ha mintiase samfan ko parliament ne enye so enti be ya kudu ba bi say afi na tumi asa enti jo be ya ne so be san wan san consequence no ho parliament be gina so ne ya na ya pass be ya be do de esinkrofo na omo hwehwa Ghana for say na IMF no de ba compensate nyina hu say IMF no enye country o
dabe
na enye na world authority bia eye ekuo bia ye nyina na yakeke ho sika bomu de dia form Ghana ka ho Nigeria ka ho you know countries across the world and yakeke sika bomu ne say ya tisika bedwa fuyi na say yen ye
members no
obi ho kire no
na
wakoboa no na pede obi ho kire no esikasem o yanka say ko kire obi kwaye mfaso emmone bra e wodi krum ti say media me pese bobra say no it is not a clearing house for social cohesion no anything sikasem ne so onye ene nyina sika no kura o te say de mnu mienu nyina ya contribute sika ma minu ese hwesu na fo boy ho bra afedo ya o say ene ko so ma me sika bi eti ene de na luckily ene ya me bai on paper ye kura me your friend Anti-Plural Marriage Act of 1882
the Anti-Plural Marriage Act of 1882
eno na ya ben man say Anti-Polygamy Act of 1882
where US and
US for the US for the ena
omaye mrati ya polygamy
sa emre ya no Openi Edmond ena no ye legislator ena we ye sa proposal e di bae ena de call ye no president ya osan no se friend Chester A Arthur na started free anti-polygamy se wawari mienu na mrana di miensa ne ade ane mrana di ama akodu se nye awari mpo wo cohabitate
mienu kra mrana we di
na cohabitation
is a law still in force
and ma printing ni nyina dia ba me de kire we se obi oba ma mienu tu fie na hamafo nyina adwen se ma mienu ati ho obti o se onu omo ye awarefo a empo ungware no mpo no emra no timi kiwo emra no kiwa de nkofo mebre e kan se amra no kura na developer kodu ba bi se we ni meko bi a friend momons no omo ni gia wade mienu hunu mi sa ho enti omo de kombenya ankomo be ye polygamy
na
later
descent right later descent sure
enti uni law no kura so hu se omo de momons no bi fotu akwa bi person ware mienu ayetani ni atu ho se momons no de ka omo nya ya kombe ware mienu se ne ekan nanso so emra no mom ho kwan
so mo ware mienu
so mo man ho kwan because ya pass polygamy act
sure
na de eye hu omu kura ni say a move from being a polygamist by marriage through to
even cohabitation.
Two beliefs. The new position of the law is those who believe in polygamy, you would fall foul to the law. So we believe,
even when you believe in polygamy,
you show belief. See, when you do advocacy
and
when
promotion.
You advertise, when you promote, but obi where they crowd say be believe in us on promote you as but when if you are found to believe in it, let's just say you have fall foul to the law.
But this is even far reaching.
So Nina no the community right to marry 2 or 3. So we say Obagana ha and no your problem. Multiple marriages. And customary law.
Customary law, yes.
We almost see under anti-polygamy law. You cannot even cohabitate. You cannot even believe in polygamy. Now, Yamenko Feda, Naminka active we know America for the punishment and sanctions a woman. As you say, a chill, Nasa Wanuboa, anti-polygamy. First and foremost, but you have $500 and imprisonment, not more than 5 years.
Really?
And Yankase $500
fine and custodial sentence.
And he didn't mean together. It is all Kobosa brand new America. No who says a child there, and never be in Iodia. Over to 500 New Year. Asante you could
not more than 5 years.
Not more than 5 years. In the end, at the discretion of the presiding judge. And we know there is a decided case. Murphy versus Ramsey.
Okay.
And I won 1985. And ye chill I didn't quack to say or ye mean.
As on the cohabitation.
Cohabitation. Uncle Worry, when you can say polygamy, only my being a tenoki, and Tisabre, me no crown or Yedinaco. So Yedinaco to Ammonasa to say scano. And Tisabre, we can say, and Mammon's phone on person boss Abraham, and you am writing a Jeffrey Musamana. And Tino said, society no American say it frowns upon polygamy. Na ya yemra against polygamy. Na se ukoye ne dubechu kotoduma. E dey na different. Adentina IMF no. Omo kanche America for say polygamy baby Ghana for epe. And Africa for epe. Na antino mu kase mumma obi anya even Africans are domiciled in US. So polygamy laws no. Echo. Enti se mo na mo pekura ka mo maye penu me brado so ke mo mo so omo preso so enti ye de preso yi e de boni ni aye are na me fo mo kan che mo say wo mo so abusing for right so enti some of these laws no are jurisdiction specific so related to your custom and culture so polygamy no it's been part of us from creation. Sana musu so say polygamy is a part of you from creation. Mo fine. Yeah, can ho say you cannot do that. And then necessary mo be say Ghana for there we can do that. And then po sika nyina bobo no dia koto ba bi say mo fa mo yemu bia ne ho be kire no. Eno na be condition say obetimi access
sika ye be san atua.
Sika ye be san atua anyway. And sika susu a enye nipa no mo take decision mo dia. You are only just managing the fund for us. And then mudi no be collateral against a passage of a law yen preso. So and that is unfairness in the system. Nothing young men who say America for and I say well IMF no yam former headmaster bill so mo countries no so now bia say be di omumraso country bia woni mra enti country bia umra be hye no eno na bo ho bai enti na we so enti not until say omotimi convince ye say anti polygamy act no take away some people's rights and therefore we free it there then they don't have any moral justification and moral rights. So we can say we need the ayen you say near Bomra near Mania Bobrano, Chinchina, I just say if I yes, we cannot assess. Now, my view say President Onya who could do now on sign. Now,
damn the consequences. Damn the consequences.
Sikanadia, a yenadia, you bet me assess it. Probably we need to go to international court and argue ourselves, my friend. When you haven't done this to these people, otherwise, are you proposing say, nipa be first class nipa be na discrimination? You say, how na mo person mo internationalize discrimination there? Otherwise, the position is that this is a bill that has come through Parliament. Parliament has passed, and he expected presidential support.
Very well. In the lawyer and the Apia Kubi and Moten and Kano or a member of Parliament for Asante Achem North. I can say some very interesting messages coming through. We say quite a lengthy one, but very important. I say, Obi, personally, I am against this LGBTQ, but let us not be emotive. It will be awkward for my daughter to marry another woman, but that is different from whether a bill is lawful or could pass the constitutional test. That is legal and not emotional vituperation. To me, the issue about same-sex or unnatural carnal knowledge is not a legal problem in Ghana, but societal failure. All these advocates of LGBTQ are from homes and belong to faith organizations. These institutions have failed the society. The offense is sodomy, incest, and unnatural carnal knowledge. The offenses of sodomy, incest, and unnatural carnal knowledge are still in the statute books. Mind you, our laws are based on the Western principles of enlightenment, and the basis of enlightenment in jurisprudence of Western legal theory was the eating of the apple by Adam and Eve, which opened their eyes. It was this that led to the introduction of Western concept of common sense. In Ghana, these principles led to the Bond of 1844, which culminated in the subjugation of our traditional values and concept to English law and common sense. Unfortunately, there seems to be a deconstruction of the old Enlightenment, leading to introduction of views inconsistent with the conservative Enlightenment. The opposition to LGBTQ should be a holistic reappraisal of the basis of our jurisprudence and not just responding with religiosity. Don't forget, some of us still believe that traditional religious belief is paganistic. But those who brought sodomy laws and prohibited polygamy are now championing these things. If we want to jettison these concepts, then we should have a comprehensive look and jettison through the deconstruction of the legal system, which is based on these Western Enlightenment principles. If we still go to chapels with Caucasian saints adorning the walls, it becomes difficult to challenge when the children of these saints now push us to accept sodomy and unnatural carnal knowledge as normal. Let's use this opportunity to re-establish our African identity and values. We cannot use English religious principles to determine what is proper values. Let's revisit our African values. The LGBTQ conundrum is to me not a legal one, but a cultural war, and we must win. Lawyer Maxwell Opoku Ajeman.
I agree. Yes, but again, let me land with this principle.
Yes.
People who are saying that we are curtailing other people's rights, notwithstanding the existence of the laws prohibiting people have personal rights, and that is what they want to display. Yes, there were laws against robbery, armed robbery.
Yes,
there are laws against it.
Yes.
But notwithstanding the laws against armed robbery, it's my right to rob. You see, some of those rights have been checked by laws, so that the society, a code of conduct, submit yourself to. And to those who are calling for rights for LGBTQ people, they should also see, then people will come out and say also, Mr. Sumaya possessed, I have a right to rob you. So I will come and want to rob you. And can that be a right when there is a law prohibiting that act? And who say you can never glean a right out of criminality.
But you've heard the argument, what two consenting adults a year in the privacy of their rooms, no? I didn't know what's a family.
America for no dear, no. So two consenting adults, they are now almost polygamy, no. And two consenting adults, and they cried a man by me and sacred to Chibamba back as a wow. So three consenting adults decided, say, why should that also be criminalized?
Even the case that you cited, that's Murphy and Ramsey case, they were just cohabiting. They were not even married. You cannot even equate it to polygamy. I'm not going to issue with it. This guy's
Obi, says, I would be America. Let's say, Yamia, na the Baba Queen, the Bakus, the Baya, as Messi, or Mizu and Mario, but we know Miru. Any time who say you are connected to two women, no. That's just a problem. And he said, and no, to me, a problem or America. No, it will legislate against there. And I am very fortified in my belief.
Very well. Very well. But also, would you announce what drink until from now till say the president would assent to this bill. It might remain a topical issue till say Ibedru that point. This is a running conversation. 0548 443 523 WhatsApp number 0548 443 523. Ubetimi do adwin traba na yetio. Lawyer Chumberema Kwabena apom te saying.
Obi erededum. Sounds somewhere there.
Yamiadum.
It's always an amazing time to meet him. Either on radio or TV, and he's one person that I really admire. So I like him. I mean, to be honest, with you, about American, but I really like him because I like Seriana. Obi, I hate people who pretend. I hate that. I mean, to me, stand be pretend. And you know, I always like it when somebody is able to, I mean, look at you and tell you what I didn't say the city. I mean, one power, one power. And it was that is my style. I mean, who be desire if I the anime Asempa and Sinyandi is one person. He, I mean, and some you are can excuse to say it may be a different person sitting here wouldn't have said that. Wouldn't have said that. Maybe I could be very diplomatic about it. I done what church and what's ultimately more. I don't know. But you see, Asempa, Obi. Ajebo ajanya bidru. Sorry. Emrano ema ye na timamfo bebre na ndech kan se fa men kai hwekra me kai Asante Mampohene. Men kai function but I saw a video of him and I think it was on TikTok if I'm right. And now can say we trying se parliament and pass emrano parliament politicians every time to mo. It's a more there. It is a more Romans. What do I say? So a trial say even before this law will be passed by parliament, no, na sabi yampenin fua one can be a woman or man. No don't know a teacher no edu woman in the chiripa, even though they were not speaking in public all the time there. Now so you could see say woman in the chiripa woman say parliament would do the needful. And I'm pampa sorry. Parliament is here. There's some yama run ya pass procedurally baby sanko bim and sana for your pia bonten kra and tiano ne ade a ye train senior na mo de akọ mo de ko
I don't know the clerk na we am must submit to the president
as a house we are
okay
clerk na djuma ne say o de krata beto so I post office
okay so
destination
okay
into person check destination
very well very well enti as it were akodu baby I was akodu enti ye twen say mampani e de ne de and say ono so ne fan so ye no so be ye but you see you must say who said na man and ade why so topical I don't know how you be ye can be bre ni nyina ne say ase ye ya fa sam say question na tatwe ne say mampani say wo mu awuni wo mum za wo si into ben dey but an answer boy you need to take a side. Obi, we need to take a side as a country. Yani fi adi a ye beto ye for no mpanifo ne dade no. Na o man no woni gina bia no gina. No man no woni hye ya no yete ho. Enya de na me wo fa ebetimi aka bia sesa no because no ye wo no beto so. Sabi ni papa ne maame beto so me papa ne maame beto so me nana beto so se o man na yetemu no yen de yen hyehyɛ nie even before me proceed obi maybe say personally even though I'm a lawyer but when I'm one person that I don't support say a G ordinance if you are from some man be yemra wa yes I don't support it. My reason is very simple. Obroni anyi yen ya ware sta bia ntom ompe de bia de ahwe adana yen yen ji wo mo de ho.
You mean the ordinance marriage?
Yeah, I mean...
let me correct you there. By customary law,
yes.
Customary marriage is marriage.
It's marriage. Exactly.
Sure.
No, it has become something like that.
But that is definitely not the position of the law.
It's true.
And then so aware say
is ayama chapter section 1 marriage akwa say oye anu wi unwie.
That's the point.
Uze na okwe fie de anu wi
ka won mari yo me say asori bi ko ba nyuntum
wo mo a obi entiase enim no na gwine sa na mo mra ne de wo ware wi a wo ware
the whole thing is absolutely the case. Yes. But the point is, me see, and my money be crown. We have first one, one, yes, second one, I'm not. But meanwhile, and said, okay, and no near what ya, the Anka Sanka Saitum. Some of you have been a bit near Piabontina, and a pipe in your fear about me, a bay you Uncle Fian, you know, or Barcan, or not send papa, mamma, made in ye. Yakom marriage registry, Akroy, aha, ayati. Sinyandi bana me baba ene beta ganza wupi abantina bana and I read about me. I mean, are you okay? So wupi abantina akoba no when me na oba no wo were was wo kunu na betra me. Who taught you that? And not possible. So ye we money ani enhye ye. And ne this one no aso ne ye this one kwesa sase se bitafra che ye nyina befuru so di akro. Ko de beto en no. Ye nsa no. Enti ye ba ne ya bete se o man mu ha no. Yede yenyin to Mr. Sebita Fraser ma mienu be kase na unu asese bi kombo esan wo hu e ma mienu ni ene mama mienu ba ko must act as a man. I mean, can you imagine? So can you imagine? Mama mienu no enso ba ko must act as a woman. So what you to say then you need a woman to be with you. So why you
to say was e oba ni be ma?
Exactly. What you to say? That is why you want one of you to pretend to be the man and the other to be pretending to be the woman. So that you two can live together. Can you imagine this? Then we now we say, and not now what you could watch up to Muenti. A trasa mention say me po, minion tom. Add the Yana Kobo of what say, and you be human rights. Now, you can't say human rights and you're absolute.
A human right and more supported. You are preaching hate.
From
biblical
times, no, it's 80
yes,
80 crown, right? No, a new expression. It was not absolute.
It was not.
Because
yes.
People can say, which is a responsibility that was attached to the right.
Even when a man dominion over the earth, no, or can say had the.
So, right, being where was I see when Nipa enjoy a
absolute.
So I don't know what night say because your body say a human right, no. And then you say, see, by all means, no, it must be so and that you cannot interfere. And the police should be. See, police are no way or the other. Right, be no has been interfered with. You detain him. What mean Pianco Babiera? What mean the phone call? What mean
Asempa FM.
I don't know the Hamo. And then the normal. Shall I see a radio? All can not me read the case now. No, I was just for the people that didn't the Obingo bit cohabitation. It doesn't want one minute to say, I mean, like how because we are planting. What's it? And no, and I'm some acquire mam, you know, never I call 19. What Jalen are finding it together?
Azumi says I'm ready, but Ghana, 98% of go Ghana has a kid the move. So now ecclesiastical right now. Satan. I said, what did we call so much? Name of the crowd
in the crowd and found
right to be
what does it? Obi, on no mammy and not ticket. And I mean, my grandfather, my papa, what I for.
And then on the can you jail in the way.
Come 100 years.
What does it?
5 years.
Can you imagine?
They're comfortable. They could behold. They're comfortable. With the Jauna and Nukra. Come out there. It passes some row. You're gonna have because I became so here.
Yeah.
I can't do what does it?
It's true.
So, I mean,
it's true.
So, what do you know? When you're okay with this? But there is no African country. I'm yet to see one. Or you're against polygamy.
No.
No African country.
In any case, we Islamic countries.
Thank you very much. Take this your human right to Saudi Arabia. And go and tell them to be allowing their people, their men and women, to be practicing lesbianism and gayism. But they are also a sovereign nation just like Ghana.
Well, we are ambassador no. What you
say? Some hey, I don't know, why are you mute on them? Say, now, Mukari and a senior, I bet me I can't. And as I say, Obi, I had the Abba, and you see. The scene I don't know. Yes, witchcraft bill and then they bang back. Be a come one. On Penisi was signed the co-parliament. Wait, dear, snow.
No. Say what the co-parliament and just one sign.
See, whatever. But parliament, yeah, more Jumia. That's when quite when you're passing waiting. When you won't be correct. Maybe I won't be here. So doesn't I'm taking you from your word.
Or constitution.
But wait, dear, when quite one bearing the right. Sadly, when one bearing the rights, and I said, we don't find so that when the COVID by there was there was a lot of pass
executive instrument
within the same day now said we be not partner
certificate of agency.
Thank you. One for no been to so Obi when you over be and so and I know can say be okoye state of the nation was say it is only an unwise president who doesn't take an advice to we mean say about Dr. Bamiye Tinufo so one Tinufo amana ansan akwaya dia beka no on kan hunu sa ye ne banu so fidie banu na ahwe nti de obeye biara besanka wo woni nwie nenam. This law must be signed. It must receive presidential assent. It's important because oman sabi ye tie mu miensa ye wo sabi tafracho nananom ehwe ayi abosonsom for me kan sa ye won kramofo ye wo Christopher emu de hi ana what to say free some boss ade we hu dedi bepom de wo mu bimpanimfo bi na se member mpokeke atena num to abaka say ye de yesu mu de yen sa de amokan ye de yen ye de tom which of them nam a kire say nipa do na wodi wo so na yetumi ne de ma wo sefa de anim no yempe yesi yempe no ne yempe matena sa Asante mampohen e de na o ka de akire. There may be others that may be me na me hu ye and I say be amente ye, but there may be others. And untino se nna nyame ayadom ama parliament for me wi wo mo fa wo mo so ye Ghana ne bi wo na di anim Ghana kwakuo ana ye ba no dafo ana wo ko hyem wo no mako di anim de yadwe a yen ye te ha ye ka kire wo mo no e de akoya adwuma and said o kan ye was it onim obi a o kan say one support. And even when the speaker was calling for the vote no was it those who are not in favor say no. And you until you can know parliament.
Oh yeah, mem.
Kono ko every man chance. I'm not crazy pa.
Come on, no. What is it? Once a bit when you could drunk and know what them one. I trust said that 275 members representing in that house agrees that young team for na suma will honor CMP. And that's why they have also gone to reiterate our voice in parliament by saying no to it.
But in principle, said the Okano, Nipani Bebre are not against the principle behind Samra. What some have raised issues about the penal regime. Yes. The penal regime it is a custodial sentence for 5 years. Promotion, advertising. When you act, no. When you engage in the act itself, I think not more than 3 years or so. But when you promote,
the promotion is more serious than doing it.
Doing it
is between two people. Promoting is to the general public. So when you say who confuse general public no more the consequence on the country no bigger than doing it
nipa me no
anything me no we have been say sadie no ekosoro we say no American law no you see they believe in it criminal
uji polygamy dikeka
who believe in it and then so who more so akoye cohabitation so and no polygamy no.
Let me read one paragraph to you. The Edmonds Act restrictions were enforced regardless of whether an individual was actually practicing polygamy or merely stated a belief in the doctrine of the Jesus Christ, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Day Saints on plural marriage. Just say they believe in plural marriage. You know,
whether or not the individual is actually practicing it. Who issues with it? Can you imagine?
When you do it, class as a basur.
So young pampa, so one year, no crano, wouldn't no issues with it. Cohabitation boy on you can even say man me nuka no cohabitation on Pumbia the next one we jaw to one polygamy now can one never maybe and no issues with it.
Go beyond cohabitation.
So
what I believe
to the belief me jitum cross hard in a compo yen kan won tese wo hom pobra ya hombra awu de akwa no kwa wanye o mpo se bia be kwa fa ne wana se bia be jelu dabi wo se ne enu nyina nti ya fa ne me $500 asan kwa them don't less than 5 years and you are okay with this law in your country but in your mind no media mitimi just amra bi sa e wo mimi krom na me ya na kata say it will affect the country financially ma make us me na do end about me nana wo can say o man mu adia ba ko pe ana mo man ne ho ache no amamu bone na sika no yete so na me ya dom wo no waba ne se sika no se ye nzo ni so wa na se so wo na dia na wonim die ntia na wo de kasa sa IMF ni World Bank ni wo makeka ho so wo me sika na wo se yete so no ko be man ni the first point no that about me also can say wa sum Ghana wo Bank of Ghana
can say Asempa ye can mo men politicize.
No, senior, you see. Senior.
Process of enactment.
Senior. No, I'm not politicizing, but I'm just drawing the attention, sir. If IMF or World Bank decide, say because of the step I take, they are going to punish us. Now you want my sika. So the memo say that there's a letter circulated. I don't know whether it is true. Say if finance minister Pampa.
I will confirm.
You need to confirm. Fine. Yeah. So say I am Pampa say free finance minister now. They are citing several funds that they think that if this process should go through to the end, it may be affected. I want to make a sure say that about me, I say, oh man, why more Bank of Ghana? Ghana has money. So let the IMF and the World Bank take their money, even if I won't about what the moment for. Says the Canadian say, one man who had an internet. Now is the time. Get those monies. Help us to grow and develop, whether or not they will give us money. Because here, my threats now, as President Most told them, say, yeah, seconded to more threats beyond the baby. Would this guy bring out the condition be tired of saying, we need that same authority now, President Most, the Kasai, again today in this country. The president should speak and behave in that same direction. I'm passing the idea to me, man, so near him. Because here, your position see pen will never change. Obi, Yan Zanda, and found no one court. They can even go and sleep in the court. One person got out of almost some fear cutting and was any problem. It is also their right to do that. To go to court.
It is not their right to practice the unlawful act.
Yeah. It is their right to go to court. So they can go to the court, sleep there, do anything there in the court, any problem. But the Akamu not say whether you go to court or you not go to court, the law has been passed by our parliament. And once our parliament has passed that law, I'm glad that that issue of Article 106 is in the bosom of the speaker. And as he said, the speaker doesn't have anything wrong with it. Has that my person and then no issues with it. Oh, who you want into another room? The other doing something for pens is
very well.
Omo modern of pen is my near queanim. The finance minister can say, I'm pass on the translate and come on Padia. One also organ in the subject of one teacher. No, senior,
mean is I was small woman I just had in it. I mean Anta, right? Yeah, I mean Anta. What's that? Petroleum promise. So, Mr. No, I do, but I will be a number hot. Be very careful with your comments. And as a watches, we are by whether for or
but ebia ne soma o woman and yes ade ne ntum. But from where he sits, he's being a realist, a pragmatist after seeing the real situation with our finances. But that is not to say that letter is confirmed. Domi, mon check the letter circulating say free finance ministry mon confirm mami if indeed free no that's why I said we have to confirm. For now we cannot confirm. Yeah, we have
whatever we can say is it is a view being articulated.
Absolutely.
It has no impact on the process of the
of lawmaking. Obi na etre na dwen.
Demom no semrai president Sanwie na so bi contrast baby can say emrane nye enti ye man crofon ko say adwuma then you'll be promoting
the unlawful act.
Na fe say
na fe emrano the full force of the law.
Na enu na
massa
enu na basa na say attorney general so prosecutor enu utimi ko court koje mandamus order
to compel him to work.
Correct. Enti no you see ne kwakram no bi yen ntum say whether it is on the left or it's on the right. Sesia yina haidie Ghana for nyina se yempe gayism yempe lesbianism kill plus they get ka hunya yempe. We don't want it in this country. Obinum de omo pe in fact me teacher be tell me a lot of evidence Alan East where gay. So we know them that for them they like it and they love it. Omo ko some practice any problem nemo ye hadie yempe yempe what me fa me share kon kitin ka say ni no understand me. I mean how so what baba man now but I mean I just can't imagine it. How? Say be my grand I know Asempa for record here correct as this way. One say I dey go to balance enso. One say number him say a man does say.
Yeah.
Nice because bonya be still.
Kisi.
Ebi ni nyina achi. Ana wo say yanko confirm na.
Yes.
Say me
enya me nanta but if you finance ministry
who's the head?
Ministry of Finance, passage of the proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values also brief on the immediate impact on the implementation of the 2024 budget, March 2024. It is not signed by anybody. Is
it on a letterhead?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I think let me forward it to you.
Please do.
Let me copy of it. I saw it.
Gay lobbies, gay.
Yeah, they can do funny stuff.
Don't do anything. Okay. Anyway, so something that makes us more confident.
The beauty of it is
Kisi Mubenya PROB from the Finance Ministry. I think I've sent it to you.
The beauty of it is that it remains an opinion being articulated
by them.
It is not in any way part of any process
of lawmaking.
Maybe I could run this. We've gone out of lawmaking into seeking assets.
But it's also possible, say, some of these opinions, depend on how effective they are, they can inform the actions of the president going forward.
But a president is also mandated to act constitutionally. And leeway ni say raise issues with parts of it and retain,
which can be amended or looked at.
Or looked at. But the only alternative is even at the point of refusal, there are also remedies.
There are remedies. Okay, very well. And I think what do you think about it? Like
you see, when the ministry issues briefs, the way I head, that shade in the blue.
Yes.
It doesn't
look
Ghana
like
flag on the side. The letterhead of the ministry doesn't look like that.
It doesn't look like that for me.
So the question is,
I think we have to be careful. We have to be careful.
This thing is going around in your name.
Ministry,
who speaks for the government on economy and finance?
On economy and finance.
This my guy, Manasi.
Oh, there is a guy called Manasseh.
Yeah, he's the government spokesperson on finance.
Okay.
Maybe they should.
Manasseh.
So then, when we are speaking to it, we know, sir, this is what we are speaking to.
Because me, I'm very surprised if truly, I mean, natural side way.
I don't believe.
And I said, he's aware that this thing has been written. I'm very surprised, Obi, knowing his background and anybody free banner. I mean. Anyway, this thing we don't want it. We don't want it.
we give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Ekosiisen Suni, a higher Asempa FM. There are quite a number of your messages coming through, but I think Ansana Tig Bebemuno, lawyer Maxwell Opokwajiman message, you know, I think in deconstructing, and I think he raises some very, very, very critical issues about, say, the kind of jurisprudence we are practicing in this country, you know, a borrowed jurisprudence, and it brings in its wake a lot of concept. In a way, for example, he makes the point, sir. Mind you, our laws are based on the Western principles of enlightenment, and the basis of enlightenment in jurisprudence of Western legal theory was the eating of the apple by Adam and Eve, which opened their eyes. It was this that led to the introduction of Western concept of common sense. In Ghana, these principles led to the Bond of 1844, which culminated in the subjugation of our traditional values and concept to English law and common sense. Yes.
Bond of 1844, to begin with.
It was a
and number two, they say, your laws are premised on European jurisprudence.
Yes.
Laws of Ghana includes
a common law.
Yes.
Sure.
It's not totally right.
You see, there are sources of law.
Sure.
Common
Article
law
11, common law account, customary law account.
Okay, as we wholesale imported only common law and European law. There be what was that?
Maybe a constitution.
It was generated from
a great version of here and there. Yeah. And when you are America,
what is here?
No, but this bit about me, okay. Osei, don't forget, some of us still believe that traditional religious belief is paganistic. But those who brought sodomy laws and prohibited polygamy are now championing LGBTQ.
They are confused.
Yes. If we want to jettison these concepts, then we should have a comprehensive look and jettison through the deconstruction of the legal system, which is based on these Western Enlightenment principles. If we still go to chapels with Caucasian saints adorning the walls, it becomes difficult to challenge when the children of these saints now push us to accept sodomy and unnatural carnal knowledge as normal. Let's use this opportunity to re-establish our African identity and values. We cannot use English religious principles to determine what is proper values. Let's revisit our African values. The LGBTQ conundrum is to me not a legal one, but a cultural war. And
but laws are evolved and are formulated from our culture and whatever our values.
Our morals and everything all
as a matter of fact, this is a function. So I believe, in my view, meaning.
Advice no. I totally agree with him.
Yeah.
Say, let's be ourselves. I agree with him. But again, let's demonstrate to them also that, notwithstanding the pressure and the influence, we
can stand
have the capacity. Maybe go school. Incidentally, it says for any time no to says for no be jot. And I insisted, and I didn't do it. Even alcohol. And so nipa come which me feel crab my mammy bri. But it is not my style. I won't do it. Until let us demonstrate that commitment. Say, notwithstanding influences of war.
Very well. Very well. Atik, me patch on
bring. Free text message na eba no.
Yes.
So
page a microphone ni kakra.
You see, of course, colonialism there, it brought in its wake all kinds of imports. And one of it is our legal system. It's an imported concept and a construct.
Sure.
But I said here, before the advent of colonialism, we had our own governance systems. We had our own sets of laws. And no BN say we are tiam mranini and so on and so forth. But of course, society has evolved. Colonialism brought its positives and negatives. You can argue, say, the introduction of English common law had both its positive and negative. But nonetheless, it came to help our laws grow in the way we implement our laws and the way we even exact punishment when people violate the laws and so on. But after independence, for example, this idea about marriage, we shouldn't have even countenanced ordinance marriage and our marriage by ordinance, because customary marriage is customary. It's a cultural thing. What is here?
Yeah.
And we should have just said, look, let marriage be governed by customary law.
Simple.
Is that simple
and short?
What is here?
Interestingly, it is section 1 in the
that
marriage
about ordinance.
Act, no.
What is here?
Yes. Section 1 talks about
customary. We should have just stayed there.
Yeah.
But to proceed to introduce all kinds of, to the extent that Christian marriages are deemed not to be complete until they are signed in courts in San Romano. And to go who Obana and Abem and Busian na ye jitum say, ya penis say mubeti aware. It is not considered complete, and the marriage is not considered marriage properly or strictly speaking, and are properly so called until say ye be free be amane free court abema mo sign it. That is when it is considered to have been complete, which for me is wrong to begin with. And now all these issues about polygamy and the rest of it. But you see, in as much as we imported some things as a result of colonialism, the concept of marriage, we've attempted to dilute it a bit, but Newman, there are still elements that we are polygamy. Look, try hard as you may, we are Christian or we are people are married more than one, even though allegedly their religions prescribe multiple marriages, but they are still doing it because, look, this is Africa and the culture allows you to do so. It doesn't matter whichever religion you subscribe to. Like I said, marriage is a cultural thing. It is not a religious thing. Religion only says, in the context of Islam, it says that, what is it called? When you marry, you have fulfilled half of your faith. But it does not say, chinchina, eso wari, and it tells you, wari, adipa. But how you do it, is cultural. What you must hear. Having said so, says here, in our African context, polygamy is allowed. But elsewhere, you can't marry more than one. Bigamy is a criminal offense in the US. That is, if you marry two women, it's a criminal offense. But the funny thing is, yet there is this weird and rather disgusting phenomenon called polyamory.
Yeah.
They are in an open relationship. But Obani ne bema fufro betimiada, and a member fufro betimiada, usune ma fufro betimiada. Yet you are considered to be married. So between any obia sabi nanka odi obi beba ewo mrakwansu, which one is better? A second wife, which one is better? And in the US, so it is okay to have multiple girlfriends. Men worry, but you can have multiple girlfriends. It is allowed. So promiscuity is commonplace. But idea ebe breast hard no aseno omunjintum. But yen we share a culture now. Promiscuity has no place. Yeah. Even before the advent of colonialism, look, promiscuity in all its shapes and forms. Yenjintum. That is why in the past, ube abema nyindru baby a yenim se we di obetimi aye djuma ahwe no ho no ahwe oba na ya ware ama. Because they don't want you to get into such state whereby you become promiscuous. But the promiscuity is commonplace. And when such a society is attempting to export or move values to us, there is no such values have no place in our setting. And say yejitum. But the interesting thing is when I say Ghana, if I had my way, we should legislate on polygamy. It should be made legal.
Oh, it is
under customary law.
It is legal.
No, I'm talking about under ordinance in America.
Okay.
What is here?
Okay.
Under ordinance, say nuna echichrum professor custom law chichiro.
Sure.
Look, there is
I
no
hear there's a case,
compulsion.
but
No,
There's
when
no
you
compulsion.
when you marry under ordinance,
Yes. You
cannot marry
more than one. Yes.
Yeah.
But you have the freedom not to go there. There's
Absolutely.
absolutely.
No,
but he's saying,
let's legislate on
even
it.
when I decide to marry
decriminalize-
under ordinance,
Yes.
I can still have the
Let's
liberty.
decriminalize polygamy under ordinance.
Okay.
What you must
So
hear?
whether or not I married an ordinance, you can
You can still marry.
Yeah.
That what you must hear?
Like pertains under customary
Law. So that look, if all these things are allowed, Sebi, you want be why
Develop a private members bill to
Honorable,
amend.
I am more than willing to work with you on that. No, I am more than willing to work with you on that. Marty said there's a case pending before the Supreme Court seeking interpretation on that.
On the ordinance there.
No, but I think the ought to be yes.
No, I think they are done with that case. If I'm right.
Just anybody winning. And trendy, the NHS. So, Honorable, I'm willing to work with you on this. Look, let's amend that Ordinance Act to allow for polygamy. That's what our culture allows. Obia and share will say worry more than one. So we show who now say one swan.
Simple.
Now we betimia. Now wakoye, but ensure bichinchina nipa no ordinary law nyaya and maybe the person has the way without to marry more than one. Men shen keteze and manipano and worry just one. Now Mika and we no. My member LGBT and the seven huna ego so. You see, my argument is that issues of lesbianism and gayism, they are not issues of human rights. Who now, lawyer, what is a human right?
Asempa FM.
Lawyers in pension.
What is a human right? By any stretch of anybody's imagination,
Yes.
transgenderism cannot be considered a human right.
In Ghana.
Everywhere else,
no,
it shouldn't be. No, I'm saying
it should not be.
It should not be a human. Any human right. What you say?
So that position is not clear.
What you say? It should not be. And it's all catch them say, sebi. People who are mutilating their organs to be called another sex constitutes a human right. Ukai FGM, female genital mutilation. It was criminalized in this country. And your bodies. If Sabi, me or ban and I feel I want to get rid of my somewhere. Me am decision. No,
Somewhere doesn't apply to anybody anyway.
No, there's a particular place.
Everybody knows.
Yes.
No, some people don't know.
No,
because
we can take judicial notice.
What you say? Now so we criminalized it. It's the same thing. Sebi, we are Bema. You go to chop off your organ in the name of wanting to become a woman. And we say that this is a human right. Why didn't we say FGM is a matter of human rights? If the people could mutilate Sebi, some organs or some parts of ma as part of cultural practice, yes, see there be and yet we are invited to condone and yet part of female organ no. In fact, the entire thing should be gone. And in place where implant some artificial baby so that nipa nbeti our friend who bema. These are not things that you consider as human rights. Now you ba or my
but with the FGM analogy hold, since in the case of FGM, it was against the will of young girls.
But
and yet it was not a decision they had made in attaining majority. And no make it decision in the at that age, that's who could just had any free right. It is against.
But who say LGBTQ identity is assigned to Sabi. If Nipani is lesbian and now you're gay, at birth they decide they start giving them such weird pronouns.
Say
they
them.
Because Akolano has no or Nimni Akosu. They assign those things.
Yeah, those are the absurd levels it's getting now.
That is where it is. And I'm saying that absurdity, we could use our metaphor no, to justify say, then FGM no. Some it was the parents and for the most part another society and they determine say Obadi say no every ho. Why couldn't we condone it? Because I didn't enjoy ye. In the same way, Sabia, who could suicide will we any criminal offense. If you attempt suicide, any criminal offense.
It is.
Are they? And then Baniban you no dino.
And I'm see we are safe from them.
And Timbesamico. In the same manner, who see me the Miko Chami. These are absurd arguments. And say, look, we shouldn't. This whole argument shouldn't have even tolerated. We shouldn't have even suffered it in this country. But and people were like, oh, it's against human rights. Until American can say, what is human right? We need to define it in a context. At the end, the constituting human right. Now, you see, U.S. Embassy. You see, they should recognize that. It doesn't matter how tiny you are as a country, you are a sovereign country. And sovereignty is not determined by any other country. What is here? And Ghana is a sovereign country. We have the right to self-determination. We can determine how we run ourselves and how we manage ourselves. So you see, pay trumu. And it is not for the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. to tell us, then they begin to threaten us, then it is going to sever aid relations. My relations, aid, 50. And they are seeing. We've been receiving aid from the U.S. only God knows how long. And they tried it with Uganda. Uganda is still thriving as a country. Yes, Uganda is still thriving as a country.
Their GDP growth this afternoon.
No, Uganda is still doing well. You don't need aid. You see, there's Dambisa Moyo. There's this
Dambisa Moyo.
You should read her book.
Yeah.
We don't need aid. What we need is trade on equal and you can say grounds.
We need even trade
on fair terms.
Yeah. Trade in Africa will be
what is here? What would grow us as a country and as a continent? And he said we begin to trade more. Yeah. Fair terms of trade between Yen as Africans and the rest of the world. That is all we require.
No, amongst us will be enough.
Yeah.
If we that's also a major point. If we are able to encourage intra-African trade,
Nambi Samoyo's book, Debt Aid.
Debt Aid, that's the title.
Yeah.
It tells you say aid has not been effective. Inti sebi mu crumbs ni mu inti you want to threaten us we should violate our value systems so that we can continue to receive the peanuts you give us. Mu starting my peanuts ne amfayankosi bebia. And I think that this is about time we told them to their faces, say, look, if you frown on bigamy, you cannot tell us we should we should accept LGBTQ. No. Until you accept polygamy in your country, you have no right to tell us what to accept or what not to accept.
Even when you accept polygamy in your country, it will be your choice.
Yes. As a sovereign country, that's your decision.
It will not be a justification for
us to accept LGBTQ. That is true.
Of course.
But you see, near Ekumikrane Nkrofia IMF. What is the role of the IMF? IMF's role is to ensure that there is more economic cooperation and stability in the international financial system. The IMF has no business interfering in the way countries run the way governments run their countries. They have no business in determining for us, say, Yanji LGBT and Q and Tuma. It will become a precondition for them to deny us access to. We are, like Sina said, we are a party to the IMF. Yes, we are contributing. And see, what brought about the IMF in the first place?
And my other worry in Pony said, because, and then I made Chema Troll Omanhene said, there is aid and there are loans, commercial loans.
Yes.
They are two different things. Aid, my free money, grant, any other. We don't have a problem with you. But a commercial agreement between men. How then do you tie it to conditionality for what?
And you see,
when I will pay back.
That is the point. And the condition, you see, conditionality. As for conditional lending, there.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, generally, it's there. But conditionality, I mean, so and so. And some of them loan. A loan?
No, usually what they do is even with concessional lending, non-concessional lending, which is what we are doing. Ghana, we are not even qualified to receive concessional lending. BMO. You see, a lower middle income country. And that has taken away certain privileges we used to enjoy. So, a lot of the lending are free or non-concessional, which means in the form of loan, usually what they do is that the conditions are already mounted. usually they are economic reforms.
Yes.
I saw we
absolutely.
They have nothing to do with human rights.
Yes.
What is here?
Yes.
This is the first time IMF is telling us as a precondition, munji trumuntum ansana yinu atuasu.
But I don't know, has IMF spoken officially?
Well, that's the story.
I mean, anyone is circulating.
Because I think we've not, or at least I have not seen an official communique from the IMF.
From them directly.
I think we should be. What we've seen, the US ambassador on the Wakasa.
Yes.
And I think.
Osei.
Opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course.
No, but it's not an opinion.
For a diplomat,
it's an official position from the US government.
Exactly, anyway.
Well, he represents, she represents the US government.
Only the your opinion. It's an official government position.
Yeah. As a UN ambassador be on human rights.
Exactly.
Those are the two official, and I think.
And the IMF,
I think IMF officially they've not.
Because if officially they haven't spoken, then there is no point even discussing. Because they are focused, like I said, after the Great Depression,
and I think
which triggered the Second World War.
This document that you also doubted, and also cited IMF and then
absolutely.
If we're able to authenticate this way, conversation. You see, the Britain Woods, because they wanted to be meddling in the affairs of countries. They came for specific purposes to ensure more economic cooperation. Because in NTR, they were bothered about economic cooperation. Is a Great Depression, they didn't buy. It was serious trade wars amongst countries. To the extent that they engaged in a different competitive devaluation. Devalue currency. Now, devalue currency. Because once you have devalued currency, what it means is that your exports become cheaper. So you are able to export more. And to be an exports expensive, no. Balance of payments issues are worse. The balance of payment position becomes terrible. Because until me export it, and they are not earning more from exports. But wow, we exports are cheap. US was fighting China because of devaluation, because it made their exports very competitive. They are cheaper and they can export more. And resulted, it was one of the reasons that led to the Great Depression. And the Great Depression and the hardship that is what led to the Second World War. And to avoid a repetition, and there were 3 experts Henry Morgenthau, Dexter White, and John Maynard Keynes. They met to say, look, we need to come up with a plan. That's what gave birth to Britain Woods, to foster more economic cooperation. And I would be very surprised. Say Omono, they are now getting involved in Nyoma that have nothing to do with issues of economics. Beyond, in fact, way beyond their mandate. And they know too well not to do that. But US for the double standards are beginning to because
it is the US ambassador who then said, "Sir, we risk destroying our diplomatic relations."
You see, and that's an empty bluff, and I'll tell you why. Because of China's presence in Africa, and China is one country that would never be bothered about how we deal with these issues. What I say. And they are in competition with China over which country, like you can say, between the two, which country is dominating in Africa. China's, intrusion, not intrusion, but influence, is growing. In fact, is growing even faster, and they've become more influential than even the US in the affairs of Africa. Because loans, conditions to sell LGBTQ, so African countries feel free to deal with the Chinese. And if you are saying that we risk, our relationship with you, you are also risking your relationship with us, which you need more than we do. Like I've said, the aid you have given us over the period, what we need is more
in comparison to what you've taken out.
And continue to take. So if there's anybody who is running a risky business in this conversation, it is the US. What you must say? Look, like I've said, since almost starting my aid, what we need are fair terms of trade. When they realize that Africans were becoming tired because of non-tariff barriers. Now, the standard issues of standards to reject your goods entering their markets. They came up with this agua. And they knew that the agua was not going to be a sustainable alternative, because all we could do was to export garments. Now Ghana, come on. You can't reduce. They have Bangladesh, they have Mexico, and all those supplying them with garments. They needed more countries to do so that prices of these garments would go down. That's the only offer they gave us. But young can say, whatever we produce in Ghana, the way we allow your imports into our country, give us the same treatment. National ABC. They will never tolerate that. And if there is any risky business that you think Ghanaians are engaging in, I think the country that is engaging in risky business is the US. But you see, Gaza, there is genocide that is ongoing. It's a universal crime. Genocide is a universal crime. And the human rights between LGBTQ and genocide, which one requires much more urgent attention?
And that attack is not being born out of self-defense.
No.
That attack on them is not born out of self-defense.
The murder of innocent civilians has nothing to do with self-defense. They are killing people on a daily. What is the position of the US government? They have been dodgy. To the extent that when Algeria presented a resolution before the Security Council, they vetoed it. And Nemuka human rights wants them. What is more precious than the very life of the human, itself? Yeka human rights. You need to be a human to have rights. The very life of that human, is being taken away. Many countries, including all the major powers on the Security Council, said there's a need for a permanent ceasefire. You vetoed it. And then move the culture and say LGBTQ is a human rights issue, and that you are conditioning our relationship based on how we pass that into law or not. Well, we'll pass it into law. Let's see if you want, see what the relations say.
Because more grounds back on and say the bill and the conversations around it, it looking more say a hate speech into a hate, and I said that clouding with the bill in Parliament.
No, what is hate speech?
We hate Nkofua involved in Sadia.
I don't
some of them
if I say
through no fault of theirs.
What do they mean by through no fault of theirs?
I think Mr.
They were born that way. You've not heard that.
And so the US embassies they were born gays.
I think 1 second, Mr. Obi. Yeah, you want to answer the case of Murphy and Ramsey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ubini mami natifi. Womra say the mere fact because obi believe in the fact of polygamy.
$500
plus
not more
imprisonment.
Than 5 years imprisonment.
Say me did to mokrasa polygamy enya djuma. Me nye bi oba me believe
once you express that belief,
can you imagine these people?
You falling foul of them.
That's the law.
Yeah, polygamy, expression of the belief.
The right to believe, to freely believe in things, and a human right.
A human right.
To them, that one
is the right to marry more than one. You're being so right.
No, but let's even talk about those rights that are found in the Universal Declaration of Human. The right to freely believe in whatever you want to believe. That is a human right.
A human right. But a fetus and absolute.
No right is absolute.
Absolutely.
So they should recognize that this nonsense they are talking about. How can you between genocide and Sebi, Obi Opeso Trumu, which one is more important?
But
the right to life is in the Declaration of Human Rights.
No, according to the U.S. Embassy, hateful. You are preaching hate against or more finding or more.
They are condoning genocide.
Hate against those who are just living together.
By their inaction, they are condoning genocide. Between the two, which one is worse? Say, my culture will say, okay. Chronobo. Say, Bonnie.
Yes.
Who can say here Chronobo is it hate speech?
Yes, from what they
maybe, sir.
No.
It is not. So how come?
From their definition,
how different is that from the Yekam Hasemi? The double standards, they need to stop. You see, the time are now they saw themselves as global police. We are no longer in a unipolar world.
Who even made them global police?
Well, at some point, they
superpowers.
What is it? Now the world is now a multipolar world. We've moved away from that unipolarity. US is no longer a single country that oversees everybody. What I say, and they cannot be sitting in in their country and attempting to determine for the rest of us what we should or should not do. What is here? And Obina SIT, the examples of the Arab countries. They are doing business with Saudi Arabia. In fact, US is the biggest exporter of arms to Saudi Arabia. What is here? And they import a great deal of their oil. Their trade balance between the two countries is very huge. But is it a country that tolerates LGBTQ?
No.
There are explicit laws that prohibit.
It's even interesting, sir, the focus has been on Uganda when Nigeria passed anti-LGBT laws
long ago,
15 or so years ago.
The Sharia law is and very soon Kenya is also going to do the same thing.
We are just putting on ourselves.
No, by in 96, South Africa passed to Omojitum.
Send any Omodi.
But are you telling me, sir, in 96, that was just 2 years after their independence? What is here? Until it stood to reason, sir. At the time, they were not. It wasn't the blacks South Africa. What is here? Until it stood to reason. Me assure say, if that conversation is resurrected, Nyomba cannot be different.
It might be different.
What is here? Until let me end on this note. President Akufo-Addo. Yenyina yesra. Uji trumutum.
Why me?
We wo.
Dabi.
Eda.
Senior. Uji tum. Uji tum. And to just take this panel as a micro reflection of Ghana. The entire country. Nobody accepts Trum. Mimi free. I'm from Northeast. From the People's Republic of Gambaga. Of the Eastern region.
Mimi free. Asante region.
And Western.
And Asante actually.
No, but what now?
And I stayed in Western.
And Asante. And these are 4 or 5 different regions. And none of us edges are in it. This is telling for the president. Say, Ghana ha Sebi Samus Yuni engine tum. You have a few people who are profiting from that conversation. It is not. Why? If they are so minded about human rights, saying the anti-witchcraft bill, how many of them were loudest on it like they are on this LGBTQ? No, catch me. Among which of them was loudest? Witchcraft, even though I come from a town where those things, and it's not, it's not like we are mistreating witchcrafts per se, but it's just providing a safe haven for them. But enumpono, you see the treatment are almost femuno. Papa. These are issues of human rights. It is because some of one who are accused of witchcraft, none of them has money to pay anybody. Until you hardly heard them. But they are loudest on this issue. Not because they believe in the fact say LGBT human rights issues. But there is a bigger motivation elsewhere. Until you would find some, few elements now who are profiting from the conversation, saying is a matter of human rights and choices and so on. But majority of Ghana for NG. And the funny thing is that MPP for Duduana, in fact, NG members of the MPP in Parliament were part of those who proposed Sabili. The MPP as a party, Mijitum say, Enyadia Omufuaso. Mampeni Akufo-Addo. You have a huge responsibility.
A historic one.
Russia so. He has, look, a unique responsibility. Unique in the sense that this will go down in history as a president who assented to the bill.
Or refused to assent.
I like that. Or refuse to. No, I like to favor caution. I like to be on the side of optimism. Say obey.
That's speculative.
Say onye. No, so obey is equally speculative. Yeah, so obey you on you. But me, I am inviting his integrity. I am inviting his religiosity. I am appealing to the fact that he wants his party to continue to survive long after he's gone. Mamika Bibinchiro.
Are you by this saying?
LGBTQ Samsami.
Are you by this
saying?
It's
going to have an effect in the election, no?
His action or inaction on this bill, no?
Will reflect on the fortunes of the MPP in 2024.
Of course.
Hey.
Manunko Kaze or Jitum on sign it. Let's just about me. Kwabena says, you know. Assembly be wise and kind of plain.
In the no person say a trap and a watom
and trap
or ya tom.
Oka trap and I just say they are not jitum.
Oh, that be and yes. So
jitum dia or if he agrees that this is something that we need to banish from our society, anti trap.
He said he's on record to have said, sir, it is not under it is not under him. It is not under him. And as hadie we ebe legal. Specific or Anglican.
No, legal. So inaction. You see,
that's what I'm saying.
No, that leaves a room for inaction.
That's what I'm saying. Intimacy,
which is critical.
Okay, say it is not under him. And as hadie we ebe legal. Different from it is not under me. Then I do illegal.
Which means this is good context. That is the more reason why I'm appealing to the president. Say, look, the MPP as an entity. Their survival depends on the decision he takes on this particular issue. Because he's been dodgy. When it came to Atamils, in fact, let's start with Mia Makokra. Accra, former President Kufuor. He was emphatic, he was explicit. Osei Sadeno, Enya Ghana. Atamils was very clear.
I have the video here.
Mampenyi Mahama
recently has
said it. It is only President Akufo-Addo who is dodgy with this issue.
Or say under him it will never be legal.
You see, which means
three different
when you say that, it leaves room for inaction, which means I might decide not to do anything about it. I will neither declare it illegal nor declare it legal. Which inaction in itself is negative. And inaction in this particular instance means you are condoning it. That's what it means. Until if you either you make it legal or you don't take any action, they have similar effect.
Yeah.
The only action Ghana for are expecting from the president
is to make it illegal.
Is to criminalize it. Sign that send to that bill. Now Obi who say mampenyin de sebisa musue de onjintum. But if he plays games with this, not only is he going to affect him as an individual, because he will go down in history as a president who refused
to sign gay bill,
to banish this musue from our society. He will go down in history as Obia who superintended over a party that couldn't criminalize Trumu. And it is going to have an effect. Look, Sadin, it will dog Dr. Baumia for the rest of his political life. Because young guys say on annual, Yabeka said the party for no Fuaso. Yabeka say I'm before the a bad Sabi TT the idea of Mujitum. Trumu Omujitum. Because their president refused to assent to the bill. And the responsibility on his head, no. And in the past, he gave us a cause to doubt his commitment to this process of making it illegal. If anybody was in doubt, I was in doubt about his commitment. Now the president has a unique opportunity to tell us, to put our issue to rest.
To rest once and for all.
Once and for all.
Let us believe he will do it.
Belief is one thing. Sometimes belief has to be inspired by by previous events.
What more would you expect us? The inspiration we're giving today, and
maybe it will be a 6th March package, you know.
Let it be.
Say we are 6 months of sign.
Now I sign.
Oh, no, when you about Monday and I go in
oh no, Uncle, you better not say, because this is a future bill. This is a bill of the future. Because Sebi LGBTQ community, they are not relenting with their shenanigans. They will continue. But say we can at least keep them in check. We can keep them in range. But
it's a problem.
Oka say it is bound to happen. No?
Yeah.
His inaction would actually hasten.
Say it is not bound to happen.
Or say it is bound to happen.
It is bound to happen.
It requires some
kind of force,
advocacy, some activism. And that's why it's becoming a bit problematic. If you are saying, say, with activism and the requisite advocacy, no,
it will come.
Ghana for will tolerate Samus, Now you have a bill. Now you've been invited to make it impossible for that activism to even take place in the first place.
And the same bill now was
that's why I find the president conflicted. Because Onunodi Kanka say, with the right advocacy.
You don't want to be in his shoes at this moment.
I want to be where I can easily sign that bill into law and put this whole matter to rest and go home, sleep peaceably at night in the knowledge, say,
I've done what
I exited.
The Ghanaian people want.
Yes, for once.
And your name will go down in history.
As look, what was a Ghana for? You are Bonnie Baby. Now you're Papa Bakwa as Sumbo. People are likely to forgive and forget all your iniquities and your trespasses.
Yeah.
The economic trespasses that he has engaged in.
This can.
So one Jaya with a solid come at least Jaya with an anti-gay bill, Mr. President.
I think Mohammed. Obi, after 67 years of independence, is it not pathetic that a sovereign country like Ghana is literally on its knees because of a law enacted by the representatives of its people? I guess we are simply not independent. Honorable Ninoy Hansen Norte, NP Tema Central constituency. We say, Obi, kindly ask America, what about men who believe in polygamy? Is it not their right? The selective amnesia coming from the West is so rich. And we'll send them a link. The link is a YouTube link which says, Nana Akufo-Addo says no to LGBTQ plus and same-sex marriage in Ghana. And he adds that, Obi, he spoke about the legalization of same-sex marriage and said his administration won't legalize it. Protozoa, office of the chief of staff, and on the way about.
It came after
Osei, yes,
but you allow same sex.
No, hold on. Listen, at least
you allow your marriage, but you allow it.
It came after we have bashed him from this.
No, you allow the activity, but not your marriage. Is that what
the same person when he met?
The bail is before him. Let's see what
the bail is before him.
No,
and constitution
only know that
to respond to.
Oh, it's 7 days.
7 days to respond to Parliament.
7 days from when he takes receipt
of the bill.
Whether or not he will.
Not assuming it went.
They only know that Ghana for any the assent to the bill. That's the only know.
So
as for and you see, people need to distinguish between same-sex marriage and same-sex. Having sex with the same sex. They are two different things. You can be doing your things without getting married.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if he says he wouldn't allow same-sex marriage,
and that's
it
why
doesn't mean say.
And that's why the bill. The bill in its current form and kasa about anything marriage. Because same-sex marriage is already outlawed. Our definition for marriage is clear in Ghana. And the same-sex marriage is outlawed.
It's the law and the starting point in the law. So that's when we grounds and that's when my view was
so when he speaks about not allowing same-sex marriage, that is not
a conversation.
Different.
And
that can lead you somewhere. No,
the only no is to assent to this bill.
Sure. We say, Obi, if some groups claim LGBT is the right of people and must be accepted, I think it's my right to move anywhere in the world. So American embassy should allow me to stay in the USA without any visa restrictions. But that's the absurdity of the transgender concept, where you are a man.
What do you say? What transgender for more US?
Yeah. You are a man, but you believe.
They identify as Gambaga for, but they are trapped in the US.
No, Obi,
they are trapped in the US.
You are a woman trapped in a man's body.
Meanwhile, these same people will tell you that some people have some psychological issues. You wouldn't need society crowd, you know, a psychological problem.
So
we need to say, "Ya boy, we buy and we are better man." Who say when if you idea we do article, we want to cry and say we are bad money.
And we are bad now. Share better man body.
Can you just imagine?
Why?
So do you know?
But when you say some of them are also did transitioning.
Oh, okay.
And what then does that mean? Said they realized they were in the wrong body, went to the new body. Now they are realizing they need to go back to the old body. What confusion is that? So if it is say, oh, I was trapped in the wrong body, why are you then detransitioning again? This
okay, there is Obi send them a story. Say Obi, per the majority leader, the bill has not yet been sent to the president. My question is, what are they waiting for? This bill should be signed ASAP because he attaches a story. I think 3news.com report.
Majority leader is speaking.
Yeah, maybe 3news.com report said anti-gay bill. We are not done. Even Bagbin and the sponsors have not seen the final draft. Afenyo marking.
Is a new this is problematic.
No, we're 4 minutes ago.
Honorable.
Sorry, no.
We a final consideration.
They have done it.
But you see, my issue is that this majority leader, this majority leader, in the last minute was trying to introduce some shenanigans into the conversation.
Sir, Onono had an opinion on the custodial sentence,
which is part of the conversation.
Yes,
he had some issues.
Yeah, he had some issues.
So they should give them community service.
Community service.
How?
Community service.
How is that deterring enough?
I can remember so am I? Into so okay, you are
talking about
anyone. Okay, the Ohon and the can, but it was the old neighbor. The Ohon say, will be a bonnia, if you are seen and you didn't go to, and Yakan wasn't. If you introduce something that is not there, what do you want us to do?
So that they will declare the entire thing illegal.
What the majority leader is saying probably is that it hasn't reached the destination, but he is not saying that it won't go. The conveying of the bill to the presidency is another process. It goes under the bag of the legislature.
Okay.
So for any reason, either the speaker is not around or was not around at the time, it will happen because we have finished. It must be communicated to the president.
Our reporter in Parliament, and majority leader Dean Komo, and the report he sent out of the conversation, they say majority leader Alexander Afenyo Markin advocates for an urgent suit against the controversial anti-LGBTQ.
Oh, really? A majority
passed by Parliament last week as he continues his onslaught on the bill. Details, as he says, Parliament has completed compilation of the bill and it will take some time before it gets to the president. The majority leader wants a citizen to mount an action to the Supreme Court of Ghana to test the constitutionality of the bill passed by Parliament, but yet to be signed into law by the president, although he will not comment if he himself will take the step. Afenyo Markin also says Ghanaians should not mount pressure on the president as the bill is still in Parliament, yet to be sent to the president. That's what Parliament and Koi.
Me starting me conversation. Me can say me say idea me between me time back when me pay you.
Nasa bill nin call president.
And then the can was you bill president was. Who say or no air say Ghana ni been taking against step going see against the on there.
Nasa anu nchese ono ne.
No on
if you strongly about so if every legislator has issues with laws,
yes,
and the encouragement and said the very minute we pass a bill into law, go to court and go and challenge it. And Ghana
no, but he's on public record to have said he agrees with the principle of the bill.
Okay,
custodial sentences.
He shouldn't do
cherry picking.
Yeah, cherry picking.
But we don't also have to create a system where nobody can express a dissentiment.
You are not
talking about going to court.
You are there.
When is not part of Parliament?
This is what sometimes have issues even for the presidency because U.S. Vice President back Ghana. President make you comment to be na am dey to say as on what I didn't call and be as a fan humpo because every one say all can was private people be na I mean, what is this? It is a private people now you say it's private is a number there. Which one is your problem?
So one to
who do you say exactly? What do you say never do change? Now what is a bit of a paying aces now they're signing. Now I know any number who did crack stress I don't know about one sign. Your terms of a sign. As Atik said, times of essence so far as this matter is concerned.
Oh, now the shops are stampede.
Yes, stampede president. But I mean,
the inflation on the fortunes of the candidates and the party.
The most important thing is that Parliament has finished.
Yes, but you've not sent it to the president.
We have not sent it to the president. I will blame the
clerks of Parliament,
the council, parliamentary council, because now that Parliament has passed, It is only a process to get into the presidency. And it me might be in the say baby or hot more speaker and the CBC.
Now more pass we or say almost like type final draft to be an draft na ma pass.
The idea a quiet be for Sophie parliamentary presidency. And your parliament for Assembly. Say no, I could
more staff
no
parliamentary service
speaker and the down
and the dorm no.
Enti omuna say omohwese kudu. Na president so second is say 7 days no so be comment say
Obese and I say or problem with some portions sir.
What was the position of Urachi Mensabunso on this issue?
On which issue?
On the anti-gay.
No, he has been
he supports.
If you've listened to Sam George, anywhere Sam George speaks, he mentions his name, and now we're commending for the work he did. He alone, according to Sam George, proposed more than 50 amendments to the bill to make it solid as it is now. Yeah.
I do not want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Anka.
And you pass away now before the final constitution. Yes, you on God to know you.
Before
before the final constitution.
Yeah, before.
Yeah, consider we. Indeed, we. Wabesha and Nemunu, Kase Ghana.
Now that the Wabesha and they went to me and stop with the passage.
He tried it in America.
He tried it. What taking certain steps?
No, it was not to stop. It was not to stop. He proposed amendment. It was not to stop it.
The consideration. And final consideration.
Amendment. If you pass you can bring.
Of course,
allow him. So yeah. And yet me get 2 more different matter.
Sure.
Why any
still I'll see Uncle Court name.
Court to know can a proposal. And you are proposal. Ya pass you cry so
Uncle no, and he doesn't even tell us.
Luckily. Well,
but me, my conspiracy theory is that doesn't have any correlation near Kukosi. His views on the matter.
You are on your own, and you can own your thoughts.
That's it. I am owning them at this point.
Your thoughts.
Is there a correlation between the change in leadership and people's views on this bill?
Not that I know. Because I did not see anybody who was against the bill.
Against it.
Except
either Afenyo or Chi. So I don't see the correlation.
You see, a bill becomes ineffectual when you water down the content.
The content has not been affected.
No, you see, the views, they may not be exactly saying, oh, mimpe anti-gay bill, no. But if you are reducing the thing to a useless document, you are as good as saying, say, mimpe, because if the punishment regime and say they should serve custodial sentences. Community service.
We don't have community service in this.
How is that deterring enough for BSB?
There is currently a bill in Parliament.
But it is not in law.
In the first place, there's no such legal arrangement.
Yes.
There's no non-custodial sentencing.
Yeah.
Now that's first. Secondly, idea Ghana for feel passionately about. And you say if the deterrence, if we have to have a deterrence regime, it has to be very strong. Custodial sentence. Yen free on mum nipano sabi oko yen obey yaman be prapra
because oko prisoner because of the rumor say a hokra na sadi and cost more.
Are you operating on rumor?
Then which
law is made based on rumor?
Osei,
which law is made based on rumor? Do we make laws based on rumor?
Osei, time I know a student or Ghana School of Law. On your opportunity as part of the project work to visit in Sawin prison then. And that was what Amania prisons for the ball money BB and the air cost or honey a man for a fianco for the Ote based on that.
That's a rumor. And he's saying so into Uganda for Omun name said that in a cost in prison.
They won't say a real bill.
Omun president
and they do 7 year market and they are
now my president 7 days.
Yeah, count 7 days.
OBB
or Mecca. When it be here, yeah, can so be signed.
Matiwese Obi, the signing of this bill will push the country towards self-sufficiency, which is long overdue in my view. It puts the current and future president in a tight corner. The Almighty God has descended on Ghana, and if handled well, we would be the Singapore of Africa soon. Kweku Owusu, somewhere in Koforidia. This one says, Obi, do you know that the U.S. Vice President came to Ghana with her husband, but was advising President Akufo-Addo to accept LGBTQI? Dr. Baumia and President must hold a press conference to make things clear to us and to the U.S. that we do not accept LGBTQ. Until then, I won't believe that these duo don't support LGBTQ. The future is pregnant. Prince Henry Ewo Koforidia.
When the Vice President came with her,
yes. The husband.
They didn't come to Parliament.
Oma Parliament.
They went to visit the president and the presidency.
I think they were aware that there is unanimity.
What was it? You would have wished that Parliament supported.
But I'm sure, sir, about Parliament, or call speakers conference room, because he has speaker.
Yes.
No, speaker, and Gaza crowd.
Yes. About Parliament. Give me indication, say, oh, no, buy on any year, come on.
Let's start demanding that the parliamentary service must hasten the sending of the bill to the president
faster.
Yeah.
No, because that's last week on Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Thursday.
By now it should have been ready.
Obi, let us pass a new law, or say a new law to allow those who ignorantly married. Oh, Muntie, Fred Agbenyo said, Obi, let us pass a new law to allow those who ignorantly married by ordinance without averting their minds to the limitations and restrictions and now want to go into polygamy to do so without any problem. As for the West, may God forgive them. They are against polygamy and yet promote same-sex relationships.
That portion of the ordinance to allow
and make it free.
I mean, it's an polygamy is optional. And that's where you are. And it's a we show one say me I mean, you should be free to do that. Well, and there are all kinds of reasonable empirical reasons to support the amendment.
No, you're right.
Then that bill will be an interesting private members bill.
Already we have a sponsor.
Yes. And the other we have
a sponsor.
It's very important. It's very important.
So,
look, I have no idea how many men are yearning for this kind of freedom. Marriage freedom. You see, freedoms come in different forms. We fought for our freedoms.
Why do you go into that marital
into ordinance when you know your
fight for your
personal disposition?
They have no understanding of the implications. And what we say, and
the man babies one
and now they've reduced Christian marriage to ordinance. So worry crowd was sorry na ya sign ya won't worry you. And nipa no
say Eshenkofo trim say.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it happened, but Eshenkofo trim say when you go under customary law, say about property sharing when one of them is offered and Shana was swaying, but they didn't know say no, that was the mindset. But beneficiaries say it was told the ordinance yen na yemrem ordinance na yemrem inti mran bebo ho ban o ware ukuna abusuafo ntime mepamo, you know those things.
Marriages to transactions. Until once I filed for divorce, yes. Into customary marriage, and
affairs. So the whole mindset was said, customary. Sure. Equity is equality.
Equitable part.
Exactly, they'll take care of
Article 22.
Yeah.
Say passing me pass.
But even when you are coming under PNDC law 111. That's a way customary wife. Once you are recognized, say the marriage was valid, say Nipano ewu interstate. You are still entitled to the
property sharing has got nothing to do with marriage.
Once you are
and yet may say
a wife.
Yes, valid. And having gone through the valid processes. Yeah, that's what I
with ordinance. Look, when people want to reduce marriage to they want to make it transactional, it's easy for them to proceed with that transactions.
A J and a J, Mensa versus Mensa, all those cases.
Anyway,
all those cases. No,
our appeal now is to the parliamentary service. No, but we can one share you pick it too. But me be a check.
Or sit you can go so
No, if they are delaying, we can organize a demonstration to go there.
Now, yeah, we
know the road to the presidency. So if they only fuel yeah,
WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523. Muamute Amuadjin. As we begin to wrap up, 0548 443 523. We say, Obi, good evening. Great. Okay. This one says, Obi, good evening. I've heard on many radio and TV stations, NDC propagandists are actually claiming that the renowned Prof. Audrey Gadjekpo is blah 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 blah. Okay, and also can no one express a view anymore, and that's also not fair. I think it's not something we should counter and say. So be a contrary opinion and people begin attacking them and yeah fair. Let's allow the speech. We say, Obi, it is sweet, it is hooray that the Parliament has been able to pass the anti-LGBTQI law bill. The president, I am very sure, will sign. The problem here also is that many innocent girls and boys pick these pervert attitudes from our second cycle institutions. The so-called school mothers are the real culprit who start supi with our innocent girls that come to their schools. And also one thing, root cause back when was say we say Obi, Honorable Afenyo is a brotherhood, so he cares about brothers. OP, Edia, or Diaba, Enono. Good evening, OB, and greetings to your panelist. Please kindly verify the letter for me. Which letter? One for letter, no anchor. Okay. OB, former President Mahama said they should allow those people to come out and express themselves in 2013. Baba Ewa Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Was the former president in 2013? I don't know.
It's not true.
I don't know.
It's not true.
Okay.
On the first statement on this thing, Scotland.
You see,
say I try to personalize one.
Personal.
Hold on.
The fight against homosexuality must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. You can't be associated with Andrew Solomon. It weakens the fight.
No.
And there's a can.
All right, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right, sir.
Now I take and brand fin. Yeah, I say,
Mr. Solomon,
you know, it weakens the Mrs. And Andrew Solomon. Not now, say
Mrs.
In relationship with your bar.
No, they call themselves my wife, my husband. Mrs. Solomon.
My wife, my husband. Who called them?
When two men decide to marry,
one
is Mrs.
No, yeah, but
so Mrs.
So among them, one is a woman, or one pretends to be a woman.
Mrs. Associating with Mrs. Lukra was problematic. For me, I believe, sir, when you are dealing with these issues,
but that doesn't defeat the fact that his position
I agree
has
with you.
Been clear.
On
two occasions, I maintain
what has here?
On one a foreign opportunity to speak about the matter. He started his stance. I want to make his argument and I say, Oman will do a traditionalist Christians, Muslims.
No,
and this training now and to a no idea any to confirm. He said it there. I know Ghana has know about one or two occasions and was I can say no intimacy on the time. So there's no conflict in on publicity and be out. I will make it.
That may well be.
There's no
conversation with Mr. Solomon was problematic.
No, I agree.
Yeah, that's why I find the election of the president.
There is one thing, sir, and that is what we blamed Nanado for the choice of words. Say, under me, it will not be legal. So what can say end to mean see my penswa. One can say me the illegal or my penswa. Two different things. Yes. I think. So we make it public statement that they should be very clear.
No, he was clear in his mind what he wanted to communicate. It's not that he chose his words wrongly. He carefully chose his words. And that's where my problem is.
Yeah.
because it shows some level of inertia. As a mutro muju me pese me, but as a Ghana for ne PM media coming kwadi and coming. But post the and Mrs. Solomon's incident, President Mahama came out clearly to state his position. Mampenyin Akufo-Addo hasn't stated clearly what his position is on this issue.
His position is that it will not be legal under him.
No, what do you mean by it will not be legal?
But that's
it will not
be
illegal either. It will not be illegal either.
Anyway, sir, Obi, if you go to Europe and you want to kill a cat or a dog for meals, they said it's criminal offense. So they should give Ghana a break. Anane is my name from Area Krum in Bono region.
Who is David Amba?
Nyabutre. Obi, please tell Atik not to divorce religion and marriage. In the book of Genesis, God talked about it. In the book of Proverbs, it stated that he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from God. In this context, marriage is established by God. Obi, finally, this is the price we pay for disobeying and betraying in Kroma. How do you sing your own song with your mouth in another person's kitchen? General Ortega Edie Enono. Hi, Obi. As a people, we should not forget this. The one who pays the piper calls the tune. Let's cut our spending according to our pocket. There is no free lunch anywhere in the world. Let's increase our revenue collection. Everywhere you go in Ghana, people are building houses but don't pay property tax. Kwame Nkrumah gave us this warning 60 years ago. We dwell on things that are bomboclat. We are worried about gay ideology, but we don't do the basics of life. Galamsey effects are killing us now and many years or decades to come. We are so filthy as a nation. We are so corrupt as a people. It's not even funny anymore. We, and I am part, gotta change our mindset. Everything is about God, but we don't do what his teachings tell us. It's so sad. We did the people must change. And stop blaming, we as a people must change and stop blaming politicians. Accountability must be enforced with the highest punishment possible. Ode Abba from Amherst in Massachusetts. Yadase, Papa. We say Obi. Okay. Obi, your guest are being naive by comparing Ghana to Saudi Arabia and other oil-rich Gulf states. These countries don't need the World Bank, IMF, and the Western world to survive. Can you say same about Ghana? Let's be realistic and stop behaving as if this anti-LGBTQ bill is the best thing that happened to Mother Ghana. Many of us are against LGBTQI, but we are also against the bill in its present form. Maxwell, Ewo Abokobi.
There was a time that Ghana had nothing to do with IMF. The first time Ghana called IMF was under the busiest time. So which means that proud to no time. Not Ghana near IMF any check can be. Were we surviving?
But even under Nkrumah,
so what I say? Were we surviving?
It wasn't in the form that.
Okay, so you see, I mindset too.
Obi say Obi. The NDC has an agenda for President Nana Akufo-Addo. Ask them, why was this bill not passed under Mohammed's time? Cape Coast.
There was never a bill.
There was never a bill.
And I said a private member's bill.
So that at the time there was nobody could do private members bill. Unim. It was under Michael Kwabena.
Michael Kwabena started.
There was no such thing.
It was in our laws, but not invoking.
Because of this,
say someone set a trap.
Yes, trap. No, trap in the day. Me say to trap in the day. I was say
trap. If
or trap in the day. Not the
which means ojitum, but present. No,
I don't know
you.
I don't know because of one sign.
It is only a trap.
Me say 7 days I seen at okay. He say the commander. What do you me am my man up to 40 something. March. 40th March. Me 10 days.
Daddy, it will not be fair. It's entirely possible, sir. For the next 14 days, the Parliament
I'm going to mountain the pressure.
It should be
when I think is on one to the can. I'm on free service. On still get to him, Obi.
abakwa ko na nim na me say agency na would attend to other laws would be attended to so prepare
no he needs to
he will do it
but
because
as a people we na me busa say
the balance it depends on this.
Why are we not showing the same angst against other ills in our society?
Like we've spoken about sanitation. The politicians have refused to listen. Yes. And I want us to start legislating on sanitation.
No, but there are several laws on so many ills. Ills they now for
sanitation was you want us to legislate on galamsey? It's already an illegal activity. Enforcement is with the executive. Enforcement is with her. Comes back to the same person. It comes back to the same person. He's the head of the executive.
Okay, Obi say, Obi, good day. The NDC just wants to use this to force the president to sign because they know its financial implications.
It has got no NDC implications.
They know its financial implications on our economy. Listen to the NDC guy very well. Instead of talking straight to the matter, you see he is politicizing the issue. Or say, I think the president should give Ghanaians the right to vote on this issue before he signs. A referendum must be done.
Educate yourself.
This doesn't require. Why is the president doing? You see, they are not trying to provide an opportunity for an escape. Why then Ekosiise?
When you end this is Parliament now pass whether it's a private member a law of Parliament. And you pass. And the Ghana share it say pass we are mampani science and
voting is a way of gauging people's opinions. A survey was done. 90% of Ghana.
The CDD survey over 93%.
If he's looking for
no can be na and I was 7% I support him.
But you also know say CDD conductors are survey no. They also have an interesting perspective on this. Oh, you've not heard?
No.
It's not their perspective becomes an opinion.
Absolutely.
But the survey is what I'm speaking to.
Yeah, the survey, no.
But
I'm looking at the
when you do a research.
Sometimes a lot of the people are forming a group now. Yes, a professor, teacher, they are all from CD. You fellows.
Oh, you mean one can say oh, okay.
See, that's the interesting thing about research. The outcomes are usually objective.
Yeah.
You may have a certain opinion, but the research will tell you say
the outcome is cold.
Of course.
You cold to your opinion.
What the majority of Ghanaians are saying.
Obi, there is no law that does not have its basis from religion. Knowing good or bad emerged from religion. I think we cannot use our culture alone as the measure to dismiss this forced act on us to accept. I think we have to combine both culture and religion to make a good case. In Ghana, about 98% of us belong to religious entities. The president must assent to the bill. And if we die, we all die.
That's all. Was it all die, be die? Another kind. Was it all die, be die?
Let see whether Ghana will survive or not. You know that Russia does very well when it comes to space exploration. Whenever they are under sanctions. Yeah. Iran survived and became, that major player in global politics because of the sanctions they endured. Sometimes sanctions are a wake-up call.
Of course.
And funny say, the US says, we will devise ways to survive, independent of our age. No?
That is why
I think that sometimes we need to stand up and say, look, these are the things we believe in. And them the consequences.
That is why I first says, Obi. Nanadu made us understood, say, Sika o memu yet so. Vice President does say, why more Bank of Ghana paying? When we say Sika o memu, we don't need to borrow to survive. This is the time. Sanctions in Mra. Not me and Nuna, Massa Moka, and a bread in here put it into test. Not the Amoka, someone who no money.
In the state of Utah, polygamy is practiced among the Latter-day Saints. Verify. Just as in Ghana, one has to be careful of bigamy and forced marriage of women under age. We were entreated to accept and pay e-levy so that the country wouldn't go to the IMF because of the unfavorable consequences. Let's remember that the president told us that the government couldn't and then I am back to life people. Okay, couldn't bring back to life people who died from COVID, but could work to bring back The economy. Still, was salt pond. Obi, a sexual orientation that is advocated for, promoted, funded, requires one to alter his or her sexual organ assigned at birth is not natural and not a human right issue and must be kicked against. Nobody advocates for heterosexuals, promote them or fund them because it is natural. It is the foundation of our existence. We call for partnership, not neocolonialism. Why always Sub-Saharan Africa and not North Africa, Asia, or the larger Arab world? Is it because they see us to be cowards? It is now or never. Kofi Ewo Hacho.
That's very true.
And me can say, I love the nationalism of Ghanaians issue. No? Are we also prepared to say, okay, if we get our president to sign this thing, there will be consequences, and the whole country would be. The whole country will say, so, okay, where the way can that happen?
Presumption. You say,
what the US ambassador? And that's the position of the US.
What's nothing? America for some music, I know I'm going to music organ.
We get more loans from China than we get from them.
Not the loans. On the loans, the end of the year, the loans conversation is different.
US aid. Forget US aid. China has more grants than the US does.
Adibion maybe and other countries can give us.
Okay. Because they are not loud about their investments in Ghana, no. You hardly get to know. Are not doing well.
The ambassador, I think so.
It's a war. No, I don't know what they're going to say.
Obi, do you know British Muslims cannot marry more than one woman under British law? It is against the law. Oh, really?
No, but even in the US, you can't marry more than one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter your religion.
It's a law. It doesn't matter.
If you're a Muslim who believe in polygamy, you cannot.
Now, so they are here talking about human rights. And human rights, the right to religion.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental human
right. Inalienable.
Indestructible. What is it? Now, so how much a day you free? Say my right to more than one wife as a Muslim in the UK is taken away.
Outlawed.
He's taken away. Now,
that's execrable.
It's
preposterous.
Unacceptable. Look at what is happening in Gaza. If you are minded about human rights, you are vetoing call for ceasefire in Gaza because human lives are lost. And yet you have the temerity, the audacity, the effrontery to come to Ghana and tell us, "Sebi trumu human right into engine too."
Kwejoa Hodo, for providing us that information. We say, Obi, my father married 14 women.
Thank you.
We are 27 children in all.
Correct.
Kwesi Japan.
Yes.
About 14 women there.
No, and they were all excited in the marriage. Masa.
14 women there.
I don't see they are saying.
I do also.
27.
My grandmom say my maternal grandmom. Papa, you want back up, you want one. Or what if I for 20?
Oh, that's okay.
14 women.
But no, the late. It's a sensitive area, but a late king or chief in Dabong.
Yes.
They were in the 30s and above. What is it?
That's interesting.
Each woman was happy to be there.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Consent. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyone know what is it?
You are part of the list. For the records.
Okay, hi.
Okay. Obi, good evening. The passion with which the NDC guys are pushing this LGBTQ plus law to be passed by the president has a sinister agenda. According to them, to hell with the circumstances and any financial repercussions, because they are not in power. They are now in opposition, yearning to come to power. They are too diabolic. Nana Ajare Belgium.
When Speaker posed that question in Parliament, those who are against it say no. And before that, Anka no. So
good evening, Obi. The point is that many of us, including your panelists, are against the act, but
the act of homosexuality.
Yeah, the act of homosexuality. But my problem is incriminating those who engage in it is where some of us draw the line. Faith and emotions against reality.
What the last part? What does that mean? The reality is that trumu is acceptable, normal. No, but you see, why do we legislate? We make laws to help us live together.
Yes.
Now, the reason sometimes why do we introduce punishment into things we want people to avoid?
To deter others from going into it.
It is also a nyadi of 1% crop. Now, so your issue is that there is punishment that is exacted for non-compliance. What are you saying? This is contradictory.
Yeah.
Because if you want to enforce compliance, there has to be some punishment or sanction regime. Every man depending who say me yes say but there is no punishment. And when I say you come and speak bro baby and gin to me.
Obi say obi me bibi anya me yakra say kill na ka ho no kill no.
Na kill is for them.
Queer. Eno ultimate kasa wo de wo feeling ye me pool ya isi hai. When na person wo wa
to nyale. Some of you do be say wo nyale. Ah?
Ultimate kasa wo de wo me dua ye isi a me di suit sense.
There's a word.
And then now open.
Yeah.
Is it photosexual? Some normal pair objects. And I say papa be in the car or worry in the car. Also who can na no ho aba sabi. When you na and we are invited to tolerate
and where you're normal. But who kuro mu hwe emra ya tena akinka tira wi. Obi dwene kura say polygamy ya de papa. That belief you cannot one is subject to punishment under your laws.
Obi, I'm disappointed in you and your panelists. I think you guys came to discuss emotions. You didn't tell us what is in the law for Ghanaians to be careful. What should doctors do? Or say, what should doctors do when an LGBT patient come to their clinic? Should they report?
No, does a person come to tell you that I'm LGBT?
No, but even say nipa ne ba or clinica. Then what? The act, because something should happen before say now about hospital.
I'm hospital say you are going to
yes. No, that is when the police will draw attention to almost show and I say you can report
or
carry gunshot. Sure. You have to report.
It is a question of
normal malaria. Oba onganje say sebi.
One check one say one.
There is hemorrhage at the back. It raises critical questions. What I say? Obana there is complete damage. And they are calling for repair.
Yes.
You have to alert the necessary.
No, but I say no. Then you rely on presumption. Presumption say he might have engaged in that act, which presumption is rebuttable.
Let them come and say there is a complete damage.
Anything can happen. A bit more say kuku.
Now
my fancy. You have to come